a very special person who joins us at a lot of our Realty 411 events. His name is Paul Fink, and Paul, there we go. Paul is going to be joining us in just a minute. He's got a special message to share with all of our viewers today. Hello, Paul. What a pleasure to have you and see you today.
Hello. It is great to be here. Yes, surprise. Yes, and so excited to see you and I heard you talking about the expo, and so excited to be a part of that as well. And wanted to come on and say hi and engage and enjoy. So I am off and running. And Linda, just in the chat, just make sure that we're on task with time. So let me know on that.
Yes,
And
we have until 11 a.m., Paul, so take it away.
oh, so we've got a little bit of time. Very cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Paul Fink, the Maverick Millionaire, and we are here to talk about, so much. We're in the real estate game, and real estate keeps changing, and the economy and the industry, and we've been talking about that today, and we're going to continue to do so. And one of the things that I know in real estate, I've been an entrepreneur for 36 years. I've been in real estate investing for the last 20 plus, and both on commercial and residential. And one of the things, and when we have the economy changing, when we have things changing in our world, the people that succeed are the ones that sharpen their axe, that learn their skills, learn their strategies, systems, and fine tune all of it so that they can create maximum results. That's what it's all about. And unfortunately, so many people, they'll get into real estate, for instance, and they'll get into real estate during the heyday, during the greatest of times. Everyone's getting excited about it and they jump in. And when there's challenges in the industry or things tighten up even just a little bit, that's when people end up running scared or jumping out of the industry because they just don't have the skill sets to compete when the going gets tough. I got to tell you that with everybody here and all the training that we have available to you, we actually have the tools for you to step up your game so that you can compete no matter what's going on in the industry and create a magnitude of results. It's one of the things that I teach on both on a business level across the board on really sharpening your skills as an entrepreneur and a business person. In addition, and one of the things that I've gotten highly skilled on is negotiations, sales and negotiation tactics. Because I got to tell you, I got into real estate after I had been in the sales arena and running my own entrepreneurial businesses for 20 years, and then got into, yes, I've been an entrepreneur for almost 40 now. And during those first 20 years, I learned how to engage on sales, on process, on negotiations, reading the other side and learning how to create that difference. There's a couple things that I learned in process, and I want to share with you my screen, and that should help us out a little bit and run through some material for you. One right off the bat, for all of you, you find any interest in anything I'm saying over the next few moments, absolutely. Here's a QR code. I'll share it again towards the end of or top of the hour. And this is so that you and I can have more time. I only have a short period of time to talk now, only this will give us a much longer period of time. This is the ability for you and I to engage one-on-one. And yes, right off the bat, I'm giving you the opportunity to engage in a consultation with me. It's what I've done. I've created the abundance across the board in my world, and now I'm able to give back. And so you want to talk about what's going on in your real estate game. You want to talk about a particular deal that you're doing and how to negotiate that, or you're just getting started and want to know how for instance, that I did millions of dollars, and it was approximately $5-6 million all in the first couple of years of getting into the real estate game. How you too can do that in a very fast period of time is to create millions in your portfolio, or hundreds of thousands in your bottom line very quickly. So that being said, let's take a look at, and I'm going to let's go back a little. A couple things that I know is that business has three different core components. One is, in real estate, you're going to find your deals, you're going to fund your deals, and you're going to learn how to scale. It's one of the things that I created early on in my career, is the ability to, one, to find deals really quickly, two, is to learn how to fund them. And I do mean fund them after I find them. You create the deal, and when you create the deal, you'll always find funding. The challenge is that all too many people think that they need tons of money to get into real estate, and because they don't know how to find, or in this case, negotiate the deal. And then once you learn how to find deals, how do you find deals over and over and over again so you can do it every day? As we go through this, and I'm going to jump right to negotiations, and understanding that when you become an expert negotiator, you can create thousands of dollars in every single deal that you do. And I'm going to run, been able to meet some great people, Richard Branson, ongoing in my journey. And I'm going to talk about a couple techniques that will really drive home for you. I've got a book that I put together, the Maverick 50 Negotiation Techniques. These are 50 strategies that you can be utilizing in your deals, both individually as well as stacking them in a deal to create thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars in your real estate portfolio, in your bottom line on every single deal once you learn some of these techniques. I'm just going to go through a couple of them in the period of time that we have. One is a 3-option offer. This is especially strong for commercial property. It's designed to move the prospect to the middle option. However, all 3 options are something that you would want the prospect, or you'd be willing to do with the prospect, or the seller in this case in real estate. This is one of my first deals. One of my first deals, I did the 3-option offer, and this list price was listed at $769,000. I was brand new. I was just getting started in real estate, and this was a deal that I found that the numbers worked. And so the first thing that I want you to recognize is that deals are created. They're not really found, they're created. What do I mean by that? I mean that this deal, off the cuff, $769,000, based on the rent roll that they were anticipating, this deal did not work. This wasn't a strong deal. Matter of fact, they have a cap rate of 6.5%. This is okay, and even that was a little inflated. Okay deal. So off the cuff, you take a look at this, you take a look at the sheet that they gave you. This was the sheet from the realtor office. This would not be a deal that you would pursue unless you understood that you create deals, you don't find them. So you're looking through listings, you'd passed on this one. I paid attention. I was calling the realtor for another property, and they directed me to this particular deal and said, hey, what about this? It was close by. It was in the next town over. And so I ran over. It was 10:30 in the morning when I had the phone call. By noon, I was doing a walkthrough of this property. This is the sheet that the realtor gave me during the walkthrough. $769,000. That is list price. For all of you that are new in the real estate, I want you to know list price is a made up number. And some people may argue, oh no, it's based on comps, it's based on mathematical formulas. I will tell you, with all the deals I've ever done, I've learned the list price is made up. The realtor gets together with the owner and they create a number. The number may be loosely based on something. However, There's a range, 10%, 20%, sometimes even 30%, depending on the marketplace, of where that number could go. I want you to know that the list price should not have any bearing on what you offer. You should be going in and offering what you believe the property is worth or what you're willing to pay for it, one or the other, or a combination of both, which has nothing to do with the list price and what the owner thinks they should be paid for it. So I did a 3-option offer, and a 3-option offer is offering up variations of terms. One of the greatest things I learned in real estate is that the terms, man, there's 1,000 different things, or at least several hundred, that you could adjust in any one deal to create the deal to be a good one versus a bad one, an effective one, one that creates you profit versus one that doesn't. So when you vary the terms just slightly from option 1, 2, and 3, you give the prospect more variables to consider. And because of that, they think you're more reasonable. And the chance of getting a counter offer when you present this to the owner or to the realtor, they will come back with you with a counter offer more often than not because you've shown yourself to be flexible. In this particular case, I offered up one option, which was a high price, basically whatever they were asking, the $769,000, right, but it was all owner financed. So whatever they were asking, I might use that as the offer, only they would have to hold the paper, in other words. And if you don't know what owner financing is, we can talk about that another time. It's where the owner takes care of the financing of it. You don't have to go to a bank. That was great option for me. Option number 2 was a middle price where they did a partial owner financing, and then I was also going to go get some funding. And the third option is a low price, only I was taking care of all the funding, no owner financing, and I even promised to close quickly. We did end up closing this deal, and we closed it at $372,000 and change. And so if you'll remember, the list price was $765,000, the purchase price $372,000. This was a dramatic shift in what you would have considered the owner would have accepted. And this has everything to do with the negotiations. One tactic was the 3-option offer with this particular deal to get that far removed from the list price. There were multiple different techniques that I utilized, all of which are in the Maverick 50 negotiation strategies. However, right now we're just talking about the 3-option offer, which gave a really strong stance and brought us into negotiations. Here's the rest of the story. I did hold it for 2.5 years. I did spend about $2,500 in repairs. That is total repairs on the building. So obviously it was in pretty good shape. Cash flowed $2,000 a month, proving the worth of this being a great deal, and then did sell it for $685,000. Not quite the $765,000, only really dramatically difference over the $372,000 that I paid for it, making over $300,000 in profit in this one deal. Again, deals are created, they're not found. This is how negotiations really make a difference. Want to keep track, and here's a great one, and I'll run through this really quickly. Dump the monkey is another great technique. An inspection report. You've got a piece of property, and you have time frame to get that property inspected. Highly recommend get a high quality inspection. The quality inspection, the ones that I've always done, will be itemized, which means everything that is wrong with the property will be itemized line item by line item. And then I go through and put down an amount from a contractor. So these are legit numbers on what it would take to fix or replace, repair that particular component, which then gives you a column of numbers to add up to show them, okay, from the inspection report, here is the amount of money I will need to spend to put this property to be quality. This is really key. When the realtor guides you through a property, residential or commercial, they're not pointing out every little thing, nor are they pointing out even some of the big things. They don't tell you, oh, well, the roof needs to be repaired or the boiler needs to be replaced because it's so many years old. They guide you through and say, oh, isn't this a great place? This is a great bargain. You should buy it. The inspection report is about getting fine-tuned in what needs to be fixed or what could be fixed in the property. And when I say dump the monkey, when you get a number of all the repairs in the house, now you give that report to the owner. You give that report to the seller's agent, and you don't say a word. You just give them the report. Now, their assumption in their head is that that report is something that they've got to then take action on. And it puts you in the position to start negotiations, even after you're under contract. Every single time I've been under contract, I've negotiated a lower price than the initial contract, all because of techniques like this one, inspection report discount, or what I like to call dump the monkey. This gives you an idea of some of the things that I've done over the years and some of the things that are in the Maverick 50 negotiation strategies that I can offer up to you. Absolutely. And I want to talk to you about some of the results we've had. We have clients from all over the country working with us. Here is Barbara and Ken Tomeko. Barbara and Ken Tomeko had 10 years. They've been with us, and actually it's now closer to 11 years that they've been working with us, and they've created over $25 million to date. $25 million to date, all in their real estate portfolio because of the techniques and strategies that I've been able to guide them through. In addition, and I'll show you just a couple others before we close out. Oh, and by the way, all this got started, and I want you to recognize that all this got started because, well, I've been in the real estate game for a while, and I got into it because, well, I've got a large family. Yes, I've got 6 children, 3 sets of twins. And when the last set were born, I knew I had to step up my game. I knew I had to create a magnitude of results in my life, and created that in everything I do. That is my why, that is my passion, that's my purpose. That's what I've been able to do up to this point. And real estate has been the foundation of all of that. You want to get clear with how real estate can be the thing for you. You want to get clear with how real estate can step your game up. Sharpen your axe, learn negotiation strategies, learn sales strategies, learn how to communicate. Come talk to me. I would love to spend some time. I'm going to give you that QR code right now, one more time. And this gives you the ability to come and hang out with me. I've been a best-selling author, up to 16-time best-selling author. I've been a speaker and trainer now for 16 plus years, all around the world, speaking to thousands of people, been on the top stages all across the country. This is the Wealth Expo, which was one of the top stages in the world for real estate investing. Spoken as well on a personal development level with so many of the top speakers in that arena, Bob Proctor and Les Brown and John Asseroff. And we continue to develop and create a magnitude of results because of real estate and because of what can be done when you sharpen your axe. Come hang out. You want more opportunities and leads and deals and profit? Let's spend some time. My name is Paul Fink, the Maverick Millionaire. Absolutely. Oh, and I do want to share that link one more time. You can actually go to,
Paul, you do have 7 minutes, so take your time.
Oh, awesome. I do want to share just a couple more things. And I know we had a short period of time, so I was going through a couple. There's a couple things I can share with you in addition. You know, overall, and I want to let me unshare. So Here's what I want to share with you, and face-to-face, head-to-head, is no matter where you're at, you're just starting out in real estate, you're just getting going. I remember the first days that I started out, I was looking at real estate. I decided real estate was the thing. Real estate was the thing that was going to change everything in my future. And so I got a couple books, went to a couple seminars, got involved in a few webinars like this, and got clear with it was up to me. That I needed the information, needed to sharpen the axe, needed to create those skill sets to move forward, and then I needed to get busy. Over the first 30 days in real estate, I looked at over 100 properties. Now, for some of you, you're like, no, that's crazy. Only it can be done. What I know for sure is that it's the commitment level inside of you that will drive you to success. You want to know how to create the motivation, the commitment, the focus, the energy to create that magnitude, especially at the beginning. It's so important to build that momentum. Come talk to me. Let's create that opportunity. If you can put in the link, Linda, maverickoffer.com. Maverickoffer.com is the link that will get you a free consult with me, which is so powerful. And we will spend some real time. And yes, it is with me. It is with me personally, and we get to spend some time. So I got started, and I got clear with my goals, my commitment level, got clear with getting in the game. Second thing that I see people get held back on is they don't want to place an offer. And yet the only way to buy a piece of property, commercial or residential, is to place an offer. I encourage you, place an offer. I know it's scary. The first time I signed a contract for a piece of property, I thought I was going to throw up on the mahogany table of the realtor office because I was so scared. However, that is the answer to your fears. That is the answer to your anxieties, is to step into it, to move forward, to be that person that takes the action and figures out how to resolve all the challenges later. And I promise you they'll get resolved. Lean on your attorney, your mortgage broker, lean on your great coaches and trainers, all the people that are here, and we can guide you step by step through the process. Come hang out and spend a little time in talking to me. The Maverick offer, it's one of the best ways that I know. Let's get clear. Let's get on the phone together and really get understanding where you're taking your business. That being said, for all of you that are the experienced entrepreneurs, the experienced investors, you've done millions of dollars in real estate, and you're like, what could this guy do for me? I promise you, there are next level components that we're going to be working on. One of the things that my client base, I've got clients that are just getting started, the average investor, if you will, across the country, as well as realtors, as well as mortgage brokers. I've been all of the above, by the way. So a realtor and a mortgage broker, as well as an investor now for 20 plus years on both commercial and residential, done almost every type of transaction there is. We've got clients on the upper echelon. One of my clients is one of the top landowners in Oakland, California, if you can imagine. Other clients of mine, over $250 million in assets, 5 different countries, 5 different companies. These are all the clientele that we work with every day in helping them move the needle. One of our clients over the last year has gone from making somewhere around $500,000 a year to now making over $100 million a year, all because of the techniques and strategies that we help them implement in their world. No matter where you are in your cycle, no matter where you are in your journey, come hang out and spend the time. Didn't have a lot of time here to create the magnitude, only I do want to encourage you to spend the time with me over the phone and we'll get clear. Oh, and by the way, the calls are Zoom calls, so you and I will be one-on-one. In closing comments. Yes.
would you mind sharing that link again so that I can type it, please?
Yep, maverickoffer.com. Maverickoffer.com. No, offer, not author. Sorry. Here, I'll do it. Nope. And I did it wrong too. How about that?
It's not easy to type on the little chat, folks. Bear with us.
No, it's more. This is one of the reasons, guys, that I make my money with talking, negotiating, and investing, because the details of typing are not my forte. There we go. Now, maverickoffer.com. And for all of you that are into QR codes, the QR code is right here. Take your phone, put it on camera, go to the screen right now, go to the QR code. And here's the key is let's talk. Negotiations, training, your skill sets. Understand that you could be and should be making thousands more dollars on every single deal once you learn how to approach the deal and how to communicate with them at a high level. When you communicate with them at a high level, you can engage with them in so many different ways to create a movement for your deal, to create the discounts or the profit centers that you're looking for. Linda, thank you so much. I know it was a squeeze in of information. I trust that people got something out of it, and as we talk further, they'll get even more and more. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Paul. We appreciate your time, and we're thankful that you could join us. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. And for all of you that don't know, you're in the right place at the right time. I've worked with Realty411 and Linda specifically for well over 10 years now. And it's the place to get your answers. Talk to you all soon.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. And I want to welcome our next presenter, Nick DiFederico with MB Capital Solutions. And he's going to be speaking today on the ins and outs of unsecured business lines of credit. And it's such a pleasure to have you, Nick. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for having me. Actually, my partner as well is joining us, Eric Moss. So you got both the best. Got both of us here. So we're excited to be here, and we appreciate you having us.
Oh, well, it's a pleasure to have you both with us today. And I had the pleasure of meeting one of your associates, Emmy, at our Florida Expo in Fort Lauderdale. And that was just wonderful. We had a great time. We had a chance to network, and she spoke in front of our stage as well. So that was really great. So guys, go ahead and take it away. We're really excited to hear about the business lines of credit, the unsecured business lines of credit that you have available.
Thank you, Linda. We appreciate it. Hello, everybody. Appreciate you joining us here on a Friday afternoon. I'm Nick with MB Capital Solutions, and we're going to kind of just dive right into talking about the ins and outs of business lines of credit. I know a lot of us are real estate investors on the call, and that's the majority of who our clients are. So, hopefully, over the next little bit of time here, we're able to provide you with a lot of good information and create some value here for you moving forward. So please ask questions. We want to make sure that we save enough time to answer any questions that you have. There's a lot of information here that we're going to go through. So if you can, put as many questions as you can in the chat. We'll make sure that we spend some time answering as many as we can. Because again, we want to make sure that over the next 45, 50 minutes, we're creating as much value as we possibly can. So what we're going to go through today, we're going to tell you a little bit more about who MB Capital is, who am I, who's Eric, what's our company about. We're going to talk a little bit about a concept called the Funding Toolbox, which we found really hits home with a lot of real estate investors. And we're going to talk about the different types of unsecured funding, the uses, the types, how do we acquire them? More importantly, how do we go deploy them, into our deals? How we can help you specifically, and then, like I said, we're going to finish it up there with some question and answers at the end. Eric, you want to kick us off?
Absolutely. So, like Nick said, my name is Eric Moz. I'm the owner of MB Capital, also a funding strategist on the team. So, thanks for the opportunity to share with you what we do. So MB Capital was created back in 2009. I am a real estate investor of about 20 years now, and I started to learn in 2008, about 6 years into my investing career, how to leverage my personal credit to get access to capital under the business. And it changed my real estate investment business, really helped me excel in my mid-20s on the real estate investing side. Right at the perfect time, right in 2008. So it was perfect time to have a lump sum of cash just fall into my hands, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. And ever since then, I've been really passionate about the what I was taught and shared with my local mentor here in South Jersey, that I just immediately started sharing it with other investors, other entrepreneurs, and for the past 13 years have been helping real estate investors and business owners just understand just an uncommon way to get access to capital that could help you, build and scale, or even just help you get the business off the ground. So really excited about today and look forward to, sharing with you what I've learned in the past 13 years.
And I'm Nick DiFederico, one of the lead funding strategists here with MB Capital Solutions. And like Eric just said, being able to share with you what he's learned over the last 13 years, I was actually introduced to Eric as a client. So he actually shared what he knew with me almost 10 years ago when I was introduced to Eric as a client. Back then I was in the jewelry business, and much like real estate investing, I needed cash. And Eric was able to implement $100,000 for me that really changed my business. And then fast forward a few years, as I was starting to invest in real estate, as I was starting to kind of, move away from the jewelry business and, go out on my entrepreneurial, path, I still used that money as I was, investing in real estate. So I kind of joined up with Eric and said, much like you helped me, I want to be able to go help others do the same exact thing. And the rest is kind of history. We joined together, and over the past 6 years now that I've been with MB, we've been helping real estate investors, small business owners all across the country, be able to have access to funds to be able to go out there and do more deals. Whether you're a newer investor, where we're going to be able to help you with that kind of barrier to entry by having capital, or a more experienced investor that just needs additional capital to be able to go out there and take advantage of more opportunities. We've been able to help everyone pretty much across the spectrum. So if you're on this call and you're a brand new investor, there's ways for us to help you. And if you've been an experienced investor, doing this for a long time, there's other ways that we're going to be able to help you as well. So really excited today to be able to kind of share some of this information with you, so that we can, provide this value for you to be able to go out there and do more deals.
Oh, so I kind of stole a little bit of the thunder there. So like I said, we started operations in 2009. We're based out of Southern New Jersey, about 25 minutes east of Philadelphia. And however, we help people nationwide, right? We have clients, like Nick said, we have clients in Hawaii, California, Florida, Texas, you name it. We've helped, small business owners and investors in every state. Our team is also remote, right? We have a team that's scattered around the U.S. as well, from Nevada to Pennsylvania to Tennessee and even New York. So our specialty is funding for small businesses and real estate investors, but more specifically unsecured funding, right? How to help someone get access to $50, $100, $150,000 in unsecured revolving line of credit access that they can use to not only help their business today and build a strong foundation, but to set you up for long-term success as the business grows by teaching clients how to do it the right way.
Awesome. And now this is just, a shameless plug. Go check us out at nbcapitalsolutions.com. A lot of great information there. If you'll notice, that 78 million number is now well over 100 million. So we are out there actively putting lots of permanent capital for investors to go out there and take advantage of opportunities. So check us out. We have a lot of great information there. You check out our team. So make sure to check out that website. So the funding toolbox, this is always a concept that we like to go over with everybody, whether we're doing a presentation, webinar, even talking to clients on a one-on-one basis. We always like to ask, do you have a funding toolbox? And the reality of it is that we all have a funding toolbox, whether we know it or not. We have a set of tools that we're able to use, to fund deals, to fund rehabs, to make sure that, we can actually be able to put in an offer knowing that we have funds behind us. And really, this concept was developed by talking to investors all across the country. And what we typically found was that, most real estate investors, as they're doing their first deal, second deal, third deal, they tend to get trapped in a routine. Maybe that first deal I used cash and a hard money lender to fund my deal. Well, now they think that you have to fund every single deal that way, not realizing that you may have other tools in your toolbox without even realizing. So we always like to bring it to people's attention so that they don't miss out on an opportunity. Because whether it's a residential or a commercial loan, a line of credit, which we'll talk about today, 401k, IRA money, self-directed, hard money, credit cards, HELOCs, personal loans, cash, private money, they're all tools that we can be able to use. And they don't have to be used independently of each other. We can use hard money in cash. We can use hard money in credit cards. We can use a line of credit and a commercial loan to go do our deals. So it's more than anything, it's, kind of try to waken you up to realize that, yes, there are other ways to fund our deals other than just hard money, private money, and cash. So the more you can kind of grasp this concept, the more you can be able to go out there and look for deals knowing that, hey, I do have tools behind me, especially if I'm in the middle of a deal, right? Like if I taken all my cash and deployed it into a deal with a hard money lender, but I have access to self-directed funds, or, I have W-2 income where I can go get a personal loan, there's still going to be other creative financing methods for us to be able to go in and out of deals.
All right, so what's an unsecured business line of credit? We've said it multiple times already. In its simplest form, a line of credit is a revolving line of credit. Think of it like a personal credit card that's backed by a personal guarantee. And then the unsecured piece just means that it doesn't require collateral, right? It's not requiring you to put up an asset, a property, car, land, piece of jewelry. And the business part is it's in the name of the business. So let's get it under the LLC, under the S Corp, so that it doesn't show up on that personal credit. Business lines that we help clients with could be from a national lender, right? A well-known national lender that you may be aware of, might be more regional to your area, right? Up here in the Northeast, there might be a bank or two that service 5, 6, 7 different states, or it could be more that local, that smaller bank that is only operating in a couple counties around you or in a specific state. So it could be, all three, all the above. And then the key with the personal guarantee is the lenders are basing the decision off of the strength of that personal credit profile. So even though the funding is going to be under the name of the business, they start with that personal guarantee. We are not, I shouldn't say that, some of you may be, but most real estate investors are small business owners. They're not the Apples and the Amazons and the DuPonts of the world, where they may already have strong business credit and can leverage their name to get access, right? We're smaller. Banks are going to require personal guarantee. Even when you're out there in the commercial mortgage world, that personal guarantee plays a big part in you being able to get approved. Even though it's a guarantee, doesn't mean it shows up on that personal credit. But the key part is they do, everything that we're showing people how to do in terms of cash access lines require that personal guarantee.
Yeah, in the simplest form, we're going to leverage the strength of your personal credit profile to go get you some funds in the business name that you can use essentially for anything. True working capital that we can use as down payment money. We can use it as closing cost money, rehab money. No restrictions on the use of the funds. So for however we need to fund the deal, again, there's many different ways that we can use the money, but it is a true working capital line. It's not like a fix and flip line of credit where we can only use it to get in and out of a fix and flip.
Yeah, the revolving piece, use it over and over again. Had a client yesterday talking through that. It came to him, he goes, wait, I could use it on the flip that I'm working on right now and use it for the rehab portion. And then once that flip sells, the line doesn't close. I said, no, it's not tied to the property. So you can now go use it for deal number 2 or deal number 3 and beyond. So I want to make sure that people are getting that, because I think that's a big, that's huge for us, for us as investors trying to scale and grow.
Yeah, I mean, compared to a hard money loan, you pay the hard money lender back their money. If you want those same dollars back, you're gonna have to pay another, 2 to 4 points, 10% interest. Gonna have to reapply on the deal. Where this is our own money that we get to, deploy in and out of deals. So use it, pay it back. Let's go, turn it and burn it as many times as we can, as we like to say. So building business credit versus building access to cash inside your business. I always like to point out the differences between the two, because a lot of people hear, okay, unsecured business lines of credit, they think it's just straight business credit, where there's really 2 different types of business credit. One where we're going to build our, business credit score. We're going to get, some vendor trade lines, which we'll talk about here in a second, versus what we do, which is building access to cash inside your business. And we're going to point out some of the differences here as we move forward. But both are important. Building up your business credit score is very important, as we're going to lenders and they're looking at your past, kind of business credit, your payment history, how many trade lines you have. But for us as real estate investors, we need cash. So we also want to build up cash inside our business to be able to go take advantage of more opportunities. So when we're talking about the 4 different types of unsecured business lines of credit, and you'll see that term UBLs thrown around. It is an unsecured business line. We tend to take that for granted a little bit, Eric and myself. So if you see that, just know that that's what that means. It's an unsecured business line.
I normally point that out, so I appreciate you.
Sorry, I stole your line there. I stole your line there. So the first type is your vendor trade line. And that's sort of what I was talking about in terms of building business credit. Having Staples, Grainger, Home Depot, Lowe's, they're great to have in your business name. Using them does help build up your DMB and your Paydex score. And DMB is your Dun & Bradstreet. Think of, DMB as like your FICO on the personal side. They're who's kind of monitoring your business credit. Same thing, Paydex score. Eric will talk a little bit about, the liquid FICO score and the bank score and SBBS. There's a lot of different types of, business credit reporting agencies, just like there is on the personal side. What's great about the vendor trade lines is they're not, there's no recourse there. So we don't kind of personally guarantee it. The downside, however, is that we can only use them at those vendor locations. So like having a $20,000 Staples card is great, if I need to go buy a shitload of pens, right? But if I need cash to go, do a deal, I need down payment money, I need closing cost money, I can't take my Home Depot card to the closing table. It does help build up that business credit, which is awesome. But again, we're going to focus more on the access to cash while simultaneously building up that business credit by using the cash access lines. So the vendor trade lines, it's not something that we handle in-house. We do have some resources if you were looking to just build vendor lines and build your DMB and Paydex score. We can assist you with that in terms of making a recommendation, but that's not something that we handle in-house.
Nice. So then the second type, let's shift gears a little bit, right? This is the first type of cash access line of credit. where you can actually get access to lines of credit and cash through a checkbook access. So the traditional line is, think about, this is what most people come to me looking for, right? A check, go into a bank, get approved for a $100,000 line of credit and getting a checkbook with it. Think of it like a home equity line of credit without the home equity, just just an unsecured line. Some of the simple requirements for this are going to be, you need to have a business over 2 years. So if you don't have a business that's at least 2 years old and producing at least $500,000 in revenue, it's going to be tough for you to get your foot in the door with a bank. The banks want to see a little bit of history there. The more history, the better. Banks are also going to require you to provide full tax returns. 2 to 3 years of personal and business tax returns is the norm for this product, which is why we recommend at least $500,000 in revenue, because it's a lot of work, right? You're going to pull together all your documents. It's a long underwriting process, and a bank is going to give you an approval for somewhere between 10 to 15, maybe up to 20% of the gross revenue, as long as your net profit numbers look good for the past 2 years. Interest rates are really competitive, right? Prime +0 to prime +4. Prime just jumped when the Feds increased the rate. Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe prime's up to 6.25 now.
6.25, 6.25%.
So it's going to be in that 6.25 to 10.25% right now. One thing that I want to make sure we get across on this presentation is lines of credit are meant for short-term use, right? It's not necessarily an interest rate driven product. It's an accessibility product for you to go out there and leverage in the short-term opportunities, right? Whether it's 6 months, 12 months, even up to 24 months, where you have that exit strategy, where you don't plan on keeping this line of credit, a balance on a line of credit for the next 30 years like you would on a mortgage. The other reminder with these traditional lines is the UCC filing is standard on the larger line. So a UCC is nothing more than a lien that's put against a business, so that if somebody else if you apply through another bank for any type of financing and they look at your business credit, they'll see that there's a UCC filed against the business. Think of it like a first mortgage against a property, right? Most banks don't want to be in second position to another bank. So once when you have that UCC on file from a particular line with a particular bank, it's going to be difficult to get multiple financing options from other banks. Anything I missed there, Nick, on the traditional lines?
No, pretty straightforward. I think you did a good job explaining the traditional lines. I do like that you mentioned, using it for shorter term access. For our investors that are using it for fix and flips, it's perfect. Especially if they're doing a burn method type of, hold as well. If you're going to use this for turnkey properties, as Eric was just kind of alluding to, it might not be the best product for you. So I always like to point that out, that making sure your exit strategy on a deal is very, very important to make sure that you're using the right tool inside of your toolbox.
Love it. So then this third product is very similar to number 2 in the traditional line, except for it's based on minimal financial documentation, right? So it's going to be same 2-year requirement. You need to have a business that's over 2 years. The underwriting process is much quicker because the dollar amounts of the approvals you're not going to be able to get 15% of $1 million, right? You're not going to get a $150,000 line through the Streamline product. Most of the banks that we're working with are helping or giving approval somewhere between $25,000 to $50,000, and then every once in a while you'll get a $75,000 or $100,000 line. But once again, it's based on the strength of the personal credit, and this particular product, not so much around the financials. 98% of these banks don't ever ask you for a tax return. So I always compare option 2 and 3 to option 2 is more like the residential full doc mortgage where you need to provide everything under the sun. And option 3 is like the hard money lender. The hard money lender, they want to make sure that the deal works. They're going to look at the numbers in the deal They're not necessarily looking to verify your income through tax returns. The streamlined product is the same way. They want to make sure that you have strong personal credit, business over 2 years, and they're willing to take that shot based on the data that they see in the history and your personal credit to build that relationship with smaller amounts. The interest rate's still pretty competitive, even though you're not providing financials most of the time. And it's somewhere in that prime plus 1 to 5. And then I think one of the biggest differences with this product is also the UCC filing depends on the bank. So up to certain levels, up to that $100,000 limit, there are some banks that won't put a UCC file or won't put a UCC on file against the business. So with this model, it's very common for if there's 3 line of credit options in your area where you could get approved for all 3, even if one puts the UCC on file, it's knowing which one to apply for in the right order so that you can go out there and get the 2 lines of credit in place, the 2 that don't put the UCC on file, and then the 3rd one that puts the UCC on file. Whereas if you flip-flop that and you went and applied for the line that put the UCC on file, you may not get the next 2 approvals. More than likely you won't, because they'll see that UCC on file. So when you know what the banks are doing, it's very easy to play within their rules, but to do it in a strategic way to maximize how much access you can get. One other thing I want to point out is for the traditional lines, they are definitely more sensitive to the type of industry that you're in. So us as real estate investors, it's going to be a lot harder for us, even if we're doing millions of dollars in revenue, if it's fix and flip revenue and it's showing up under the active income portion of your tax return, banks may not utilize that or like to see it because it's, to them, fix and flip is risky, right? Real estate investor is risky. And then rental income shows up under the passive portion of your tax return. So, that's not even on the active side. There's very little taken into account with the passive income. So it is more difficult for the investor or the higher risk industries to get traditional lines in place, even if the tax returns are strong.
Yeah, great stuff. And typically what I like to point out is, if you're a real estate investor, you may lean more to the streamlined side because, again, you're going to be more favorable to the banks. But what we've learned is that a lot of real estate investors are also another type of business owner. So you may be investing in real estate, but you also may be a plumber or a contractor. We're working with a couple different doctors who have practices and lawyers who just happen to be investing in real estate as well. So we can go after, a streamlined line of credit for the real estate business and simultaneously potentially go after a traditional line of credit using their business that may be a little bit more favorable to a bank to be able to help them accumulate more capital so that maybe their brokerage or their practice lends money to their real estate business. And the other thing that I wanted to point out on the UCC filings, and Eric did a great job of explaining UCC filings and what they are and how we can be a little bit strategic there. I always like to give this example of where we met a client where he had a streamlined line of credit for $15,000, which is great. Good access, 15 grand. We're not going to poo-poo 15 grand. We can definitely put it to work. But the problem was that UCC filing essentially halted our ability to go get any more funding for him. So what we did was we actually strategically talked him through how to pay off that line of credit that he had for $15,000 and essentially close the line of credit. Now, we don't like giving up money, but in this situation, because of how he was positioned, we knew it was the right route. Because what we were able to do then was, acquire 2 other lines of credit for $100 grand for him. So by simply paying off that one line of credit that had the UCC filing on it, we were able to then take that 15 grand that he had and really open it up to 100 grand worth of buying power. Now he can go back to that same bank and open that same line of credit and put the UCC filing on. He can go get that same 15 grand again, but the UCC filing will halt any other lender behind him. So that's just a little bit of like how we'll strategically help you, kind of walk you through how you're positioned now where you're looking to get to based on what you may already currently have in your funding toolbox. I always like to point that out because, there are ways for us to get you more money regardless of how you're positioned. So if you do have a UCC filing on, doesn't mean that we shouldn't have a conversation. There's definitely going to be ways for us to, strategically help you. Great overview of lines of credit there, Eric. And now the fourth type of unsecured business line are credit cards. So it's exactly what it sounds like, a credit card. We can swipe it, you have them in your pocket already. But we tend to use a credit card a little bit differently than just, hey, let's go swipe it to buy some stuff. And what's great about the credit cards is you can be a brand new or an existing business. So for a lot of the newer real estate investors that are just starting out their journey, they're getting the education and they're just trying to wonder, how do I save up enough money to be able to get in and out of that first deal? Typically, credit cards can be that, removing that barrier of entry to get into your first deal. Because what's great about credit cards is it's all based off of strength of personal credit, even though we can get the credit cards issued in the business name. So we don't need financials. We're not collateralizing anything. And really the great part is that we're going to have those credit cards at 0% interest, anywhere from 6 to 18 months. There's some lenders that are now doing 21 months. So think about the ability to use 50 grand as the down payment money on our next fix and flip, pull it off of a credit card and use it as the down payment, maybe combine it with a hard money lender, and essentially 100% fund the deal without having to use our own cash. I'm a big believer in hoarding cash. Let's use our cash last, because what we've seen is that typically when you use your cash first, you tend to, not be able to acquire any of the other products. So if we can start to build up your funding toolbox to where you have credit cards, lines of credit, access to hard money or private money in that toolbox, we can start to leverage and use cash last. Credit cards are a great tool. Not just the initial 0% promotion. Again, we're going to have it as soon as we get it, anywhere from 6 to 21 months. But we're going to coach clients on how to use that initial offer and future offers to come. And what I mean by that is, say we are using the credit cards as the down payment money to get into a fix and flip. When we go flip that property and the funds come back, we pay down our credit cards, we pay off the hard money lender. And what happens is that lender who gave you that initial 0% promotion, once they see that we've paid it back down to 0, it actually triggers them to give you an additional 0% promotion. And you're probably wondering, why would they do that? And they really do it for two reasons. One, they're a credit card company. So if you just paid off the debt, they want to entice you to essentially go into debt because it looks good on their balance sheets. And they know that you're going to use it. But the real reason that they do it is they know that the statistics show that 92% of the people that'll use a 0% promotion typically will never pay it off. So if Eric pays it off the first time, well, let's give Eric another 0% promotion because odds are he's not going to be able to pay that off again. Because of what we're using it for, however, we're not, putting it into bad debt. This is all leverageable money for us. This isn't debt. So we put it into a deal where we know we're going to have the exit strategy. So whether we're flipping it, we know funds are coming back, or if we positioned ourselves to be able to do a cash out refinance on a burr method or refinance on a hold, we know funds are going to be able to come back and pay down those credit cards. So I'll talk from personal experience. I know Eric can as well. There's a couple credit cards over the last 7-8 years. I don't think I've ever paid interest on it. I've used it, paid it off. If I was ever getting close to expiration, I may have taken my line of credit and just paid off the credit card and then waited for a new 0% promotion come in and be able to reaccess it. But more than anything, between credit cards, lines of credit, it's all building you up with the tools to be flexible. We want to build you up with a marketplace of lenders so that as you start to come back and start to look at, all right, how do I fund this current deal? You have the tools in place to do so. Anything you want to add there on credit cards, Zach?
To share that this is the model that changed my real estate business. The credit card model was what I was initially leveraging when I started to learn about the business lines. Because in 2008, there were no streamlined products available. when that Great Recession started, a lot of the streamlined products had disappeared and started to come back in like 2012, 13. So like the talk is right now with high inflation and recession, either, we're either in the recession or a recession about to start. Why would banks offer 0% credit cards and 0% promotions to people, whether it's personal or business? And it's actually the opposite right now. Rather than the banks thinking that the banks are going to take them away, I'm seeing more 0% offers. I'm seeing longer 0% offers. Banks are trying to entice anyone and everyone to apply for these promotional products because they know that most people, like Nick said, it's a high percentage of people that do not understand how to use this model properly. And they know that 12, 18, 24 months from now, when that recession is really full swing ahead and people have less money, that they're going to keep these balances on the cards and the banks are going to make their money, 12, 18 months from now. That's the difference. When you're, when you're out there as an investor, like Nick said, don't use it to go buy a TV, to go buy stuff. You're going to leverage it to put into your real estate business, to put into a flip, to put into, a buy and hold that, and that you're making your money on the buy. So it's not saying be haphazard, but, still be conservative, but this will allow you to take advantage of some low interest access while you're out there growing the business in a time where there's going to be, a boatload of opportunities coming.
Yeah. And if you're sitting here wondering, well, how do I use a credit card to go purchase a piece of real estate? There's a couple different ways to do it. A couple different ways to actually be able to liquidate the cards into cash, put it into our bank account without doing cash advances. If there's anybody on this call that's used credit cards before on their deals and has ever done a cash advance, don't ever do it again. Make sure you reach out to us right away. We'll make sure that we get you taken care of. Cash advance is a very dirty word. Don't pay 30, 40% interest on taking cash off of a credit card. There's ways to liquidate a credit card and keep it at 0%. And then more specifically on the actual purchase of the piece of real estate, we do use a third-party company that, as long as we have an agreement of sale and wiring instructions for the title company, they'll actually pull money off of one or multiple credit cards and wire it directly to the title company for a closing. So I know Eric's done it. I've done it. Client last week did it where he purchased a property outright for almost 90 grand using all 0% credit cards. And now he has more credit cards to be able to start the rehab as well. So it's a very powerful tool. A lot of times people get hung up in, line of credit or credit card, instead of looking at it as access to capital to be able to go do a deal.
Yeah, I think the other thing, Nick, with both the streamline and line of credit and the credit cards, I get this question a lot. Well, what's the terms? What's the payback period? Right? Is there a prepayment penalty if I pay it back too soon? No, none of these will have prepayment penalties. The term is normally open-ended. I mean, I've had cards in place since 2008, and lines of credit in place since 2013, and some of them never even had a second review. But the thing I want to get at is I've used them. I've at one point I had over $500,000 sitting on the credit cards between 4 LLCs because I leveraged my credit, my wife's, my brother, and his wife's credit. And it was, like I said, our ability to get into and out of opportunities. And first thing on the 500K, I was paying under 5% interest just by knowing how to leverage it properly. And that normally it was between 4.5% and 5% on credit cards. But secondly, the credit card, as I would use them and pay them back and keep using them over and over again, they would increase the limits. Like there are some business cards that we have that are $35,000, $44,000, $25,000 limits that we just keep getting 0% checks on for 12 months, 18 months. So you'll see that with both the lines of credit and the credit card, the limits increase the more they see you actively using it and paying it back. They want to give you more. They want for you to be able to access more and more through them. So I just wanted to share that because it's something I get that question at least a couple times a week.
Yeah, and the one thing I didn't touch, as you mentioned that, was while we're using the credit cards, especially at 0%, our minimum monthly payment to service that leverage is only going to be 1% while it's sitting at 0% interest. So if we're using 50 grand of 0% credit card money, our minimum monthly payment on that's only $500, and it's all going directly towards principal because again, it's sitting at 0%. So, me personally, I have, clients that always ask me, well, which one do you like more, credit cards or lines of credit? I like them both. I like the ease of use of the line of credit that I can cut a check, but you cannot beat 0% interest. I find a better deal than 0%. You can't. Unless you have a parent that says, don't pay me back, then I can't compete with that. But you can't beat 0% interest while you're using the funds on your deal. So all these are great tools to start to build up your funding toolbox. Whether you're a brand new real estate investor on the call, established real estate investor, we deal with all of them. We implement some form of both for everybody. So lots of different ways that we can creatively be able to acquire capital for you. So if you're out there wondering, like, hey, I can find deals, I just can't find cash, make sure you're getting in touch with us. There's definitely going to be some ways for us to help you. So what do we use the money for? And we kind of touched base on this, but a little bit throughout the presentation. For our real estate investors, primarily they're using it for gap funding, right? We have the hard money lender that may give us 80% of the purchase, and we've seen some changes there with hard money recently where they've been doing lower values, LTVs. So maybe they're doing 70% of purchase and 100% of the rehab, but we still need that 30% gap funding plus closing costs. Let's leverage the credit cards and the lines of credit to be able to do that. Use it as the down payment money. I have clients that will use the lines of credit and credit cards to front the rehab. Their hard money lender just may be slow. It takes them a while to come out and do their inspection to be able to release the next draw. So instead of waiting and losing your contractor because the contractor went to go work on another property while you're waiting for your draw, still pay the contractor to keep the deal moving. 100% finance a deal. That's really what we're looking to do with these tools. We want to hold on to our own cash. So let's leverage the credit cards, the lines of credit, whatever else we have in our funding toolbox to 100% finance that deal. Working capital in general. We're real estate investors, but there's more than just acquiring the deal that goes into our business, right? We have to pay for marketing. There's overhead. Let's leverage the lines until we get that nice pop of credit, pop of capital back when we flip the property or we refinance. Holding cost. While we're doing the deal, we have to service the credit cards, the lines of credit, the hard money lender. We can actually use the credit cards and the lines of credit to pay the monthly payment on the credit cards and the lines of credit. So there's lots of creative ways to be able to use these tools. And the biggest one that I've seen over the last 2+ years is emergency funds. COVID kind of changed the game a little bit. When COVID hit, I can't tell you how many clients were in the middle of doing one or multiple deals, and now the rules changed. Hard money lenders decided you needed to have more reserves. Hard money lenders decided, yeah, you needed more skin in the game. Where was that money coming from? We had clients that were calling us saying, hey, I have a hard money lender that's supposed to release a $30,000 draw to me. He's now only releasing $9,000 because the back end holder of the money that services the hard money lender now needs an extra $21,000 of reserve sitting in the account. So now I can't finish my job because the hard money lender is holding on to an extra $21,000 that I needed to finish my deal. So emergency funds in general is something that we kind of like to push, make sure that clients are thinking of. Eric kind of mentioned it. We're getting to a point where we're moving potentially to a recession. Some may argue that we're already there. I'm one of those people. But people are predicting that within the next year, we should be in a recession. And I fully agree. The people who have access to more funds are going to be the ones that are going to make out the best during a recession. It always works out that way. And then for our, the people on the call that may own a different business, that may be, doing more than just real estate investing. Well, our small business users are using it for initial startup fees. working capital in general, inventory, payroll, healthcare, scaling your business, marketing. Maybe you need to purchase new equipment, new vehicles. And again, just having emergency money and reserves in your back pocket, because you never know what's going to pop up.
About how can you use that personal credit to go get some access with very minimal financials or no financials. How can you do it? How can you do it? And this page is all about what are the lenders looking at on that personal credit to determine whether or not to approve you. So that first bullet point, or above the bullet point where it says credit data versus credit score, everyone loves to come to me and say, Eric, my credit score is a 750 or a 720 or an 800 or a 650, right? Doesn't matter. And I'm going to say the score matters, but I don't care what your score is, right? And I say that lovingly, right? The score matters to the lenders, but I've seen someone with an 800 FICO score that we can't help right away because they're a real estate investor and they've had their credit pulled a number of times in the past 6 months. So that those inquiries are now interfering because the lenders in the unsecured world are a lot more strict and sensitive as it relates to inquiries. So let's go down the data points that matter, right? That credit data, how much credit history do you have? For most banks to do business with you on the business side, they want to see at least 5 to 7 years of personal credit history. They want to see some data. If you have 1 or 2 years, it's going to be tough for you to get approvals under the business side. And if you do, they're going to be very low amounts. Second area is credit inquiries, right? How many times has your credit been pulled with a hard inquiry in the last 6 to 12 months? Depending on the type, it may or may not have as big of an impact, but do know that the inquiries play a big role, right? You're applying for a product that is requiring no collateral. It's different than a mortgage. You get a mortgage, they have the house that they can go after in the event that you default. On the line of credit, the only thing that they can do is go after your credit. They can't go after any asset. Third area is derogatory items, right? The more major the derogatory, like a bankruptcy, a charge off, an unpaid collection account, it's going to be very, very tough to get any approvals on the business side. If it's a minor delinquency, like a late payment in the past 12 to 24 months, as long as it's not 10 late payments, from 2020, right? That normally, if it's a few, you're still okay, but derogatory items will play a big role. Third area is overall credit utilization, right? So here we talk a lot about revolving credit. How much access do you have in personal credit cards and personal unsecured lines of credit? And how much are you using of that access? So if you have $50,000 in credit limits and you're using $10,000 of it, you're using about 20% of your available credit. So that plays a big role. We always say we want our clients to be under that 30 to 35% range as it relates to the revolving credit. But look, we're in real estate investors on this call. We might be business owners. A high percentage of people that we talk to who aren't fully aware of how they can leverage their personal credit to get business money are tapping into personal credit cards or personal lines because they want to keep the business moving. And I would never tell somebody not to tap into personal if they're going to miss out on a good opportunity. So we will see people come to us where they're 50, 60% utilized, and then we help them strategize on how to reposition that utilization. It's a big part of what we do for our clients under the strategy side of things. The number of current trade lines is a big thing, right? If you have 1 or 2 trade lines versus 9 or 10 different trade lines, banks are going to look at it a lot differently. The 1 or 2 is a little bit thinner, right? It's not as strong as having 5, 6, 8 different trade lines on there where there's more history and more data for the lenders to know how you function and operate on the credit side of things. And then the final thing is just the limits and the history of the trade lines, right? If you have 5 trade lines, but they're only $1,000 each, you're not going to do as well as somebody who has those same 5 trade lines, but with, you know, $10,000 or $20,000 limits on each of them. Now that 10 or 20,000, right, you're managing more. The banks see that, the lenders see that, and they want to give you more access because they see you responsibly managing more. So yeah, all those play into a part. Data is the most important. Credit score gets your foot in the door. So we do want to see 680, 700 plus, but that data is really what matters the most when it comes to the lenders, especially right now. You know, the underwriters and procedures have changed drastically in the past 12 to 24 months, even in the past 6 months. And they're just being pickier. They want to see the stronger credit profiles. So it's definitely worth it to wait, you know, a few weeks, even a few months, if it means optimizing your credit to help you go out there and have more success.
Yeah, great stuff. And we say it all the time, you know, an 800 credit score isn't always better than a 680 credit score. It's all about the depth of the file. Have you been responsible using a lot of credit and been responsible enough to pay it back? You know, a lot of times that 800 credit score may just be somebody with, you know, a limited age of history and that just has a good payment history. Doesn't mean that they're a better qualified borrower than that guy with the 700 credit score that's actually shown the ability to manage and utilize, you know, more than just one trade line. So how do you get started? How do we see how we can help you? You know, a couple quick ways, and this is really our overall process. You know, get pre-qualified. You know, you can follow the link here and we'll make sure that we get that into the chat here at some point. But essentially what we want to do is we want to get set up with you to have an initial conversation where we're going to learn a little bit more about you, find out what you're looking to do, you know, not just short term, but long term as well. You know, after, you know, we have that initial conversation, we're going to have a funding consultation. On the funding consultation, we're going to kind of review everything that Eric just mentioned in that data, right? We're going to look at credit history. We're going to look and see how you're positioned currently. Are there tweaks that we need to make to credit that, you know, will put you into a better position, and create a custom game plan based on where you're located in the country, how you look credit wise, and more importantly, what are your goals, not just short term, but long term as well, to make sure that you're positioned well for capital moving forward. After we have the funding consultation, we move to funding implementation, and we handle everything. You know, we are a done for you service, you know, where we are going to handle, you know, submitting applications, working with the underwriters. You know, we take a hands-on approach to take you from getting started to getting funded so that you can get out there and start to put in offers and go get some deals under your belt. So to get pre-qualified, you know, we'll put that in the chat here in a second. And then if you just want to have a conversation with us and learn a little bit more, you can set up some time here on our Calendly link. We'll leave that up here for a second so people can take a picture of it, see it. You know, we have our contact information, but we want to make sure that we're spending enough time here that if there's any questions, Linda, that we spend the last couple minutes here answering anything that anybody has.
Fantastic, great information. Boy, I wish I would have met you when I started my first publication 25 years ago, because guess what? I did what you said not to do. I actually got a credit advance, and boy, that was
It's not the
difficult.
worst thing. Not the worst thing. I mean, listen, you did well with it, right? It served its purpose. If we can be more efficient and maybe save money moving forward for the other people on the call, that's what we want to do. But it's not the end all be all. If we can kind of avoid it, that's what we want to do. But you didn't do the wrong thing, you know, making sure that you got cash to be able to do what you needed to do.
You took action.
We're never going to hate on
action.
that. Yeah, we're never going to hate on that.
Yes, yes, I did take action at least. So, folks, this is your opportunity to put your questions in the chat. Let's hear your questions about unsecured business lines of credit and how you can use them. Can you share with us some examples of some of your clients and what they've used the funding for, and how they were able to get out of a bind utilizing the funds that you provided?
Yeah, absolutely. So first one that comes off, a client, this was probably 2 months ago. He came to us, he had a great deal. I believe it was in Illinois. He could not get funded. He had a hard money lender that was willing to do it. He just couldn't get the down payment money. Unfortunately, his credit was not in the best position to where we can get him funding right that second so that he could take advantage of the opportunity. However, his wife's credit was in a good position. So coming back to the credit card model, where he couldn't get money from anybody, we were able to leverage his wife's credit and implement credit cards in his business name. So she wasn't on the entity, but it was his wife, and we were able to leverage her stronger personal credit to go get her close to $90,000 in 0% credit cards. He was able to use that money as the down payment money to then go ahead, put the offer in, and get that property under contract, and is now close to finishing up that deal. So even a client where he didn't have good credit, we were able to find a way to leverage his business and his wife to get the funds necessary so that he didn't miss out on that deal. Now he's going to go and flip that property. He's projecting to make close to 75 grand. So just by meeting us and us strategically finding a way to get him funding, he was able to make a score for 75 grand. Well, he will as soon as he sells it. But the best part about that is he now still has the access to that $90,000 in the business to go do it again. So while we've helped give him the game plan on how he can fix his credit up to where we can then go get him more funding, we were still able to help get him money now so they didn't miss out on the opportunity. And that's just one of, a couple different ways we help.
I have a good one, because this I foresee happening a lot with our clients. Had a client, it was more like 6-8 months ago, who they were working on their first 2 flips, and they had used cash for the down payment for the first 2 flips. They both, husband and wife, had really strong credit. They found a third flip that was even better numbers than the first 2, so they didn't want to miss out on it. They were introduced to us. We got them within about 2.5 weeks, got them $125,000 of the 0% money, because they had businesses. Both of their LLCs were under 2 years. So we went out, got them 125K. They then leveraged through that third party about 64,000 of the 125 as the down payment and the closing costs, right through the third party, wired right to the escrow account, and they were able to pick up their third flip, which they wouldn't have been able to purchase without that influx of some capital. And they had extra, an extra $60,000 that they were now using to pay for the rehabs on the other ones prior to getting the construction draw from the lender. So it was a nice one. But they were in a jam.
Well, Jason has a question as well, and Jason wants to know what top 3 keys to positioning yourself to get funding can our viewers do to position themselves to get funding? What are the top 3 things that they can do?
So number one, I would say try and limit our balances. Eric kind of mentioned it in the line of credit data. If that key number is 30% utilized on our revolving balances. So if we can be 30% or under, that's step number 1. Let's make sure limits are low, because when, not just from a lending perspective, when you see the debt on your credit profile, but from a credit score perspective, when you go from 31% utilized to 29% utilized, big difference in credit score. Anytime you go over 30% utilized, you're going to see that drop in credit score. So number 1, let's try and keep our personal balances as low as we can. Number 2, let's be conscious about how many times we're having our credit run. Don't go out and have everybody run our credit. If you're going car shopping, don't let every car dealership run your credit. For mortgage shopping, it's a little bit different, but we don't want to have too many mortgage pools either. So let's just minimize the impact on our personal credit by let's not have our credit ran too much. And then ultimately be open to the new ideas, right? Everybody's a little bit different. Everybody's positioned a little bit different. So we may have to take a different path to get you funding, based on how you're positioned. So, if you're open to new ideas and open to taking action, that's the biggest thing, is to be open to, these new types of creative financing methods that we're talking about. I don't know if Eric wants to add any key points there, but utilization, inquiries, and just being open.
The fourth point, the bonus would be, if you're contemplating setting up an entity, don't wait for your first deal, get it set up. The sooner you get it set up, the sooner it hits 2 years, the sooner you can get more access. So it's a couple of dollars, but it is a good step to take if you're serious about long-term success in business in general.
That was a great question. We're gonna have to add that.
Wonderful, wonderful. So I am putting, once again, Eric and Nick's information in the chat, as well as Paul Fink's. I don't believe it was visible before, but now it should be visible to everyone. And this is a great place for you to make an appointment and talk with them directly, so that you can share with them your scenarios and see how the unsecured business lines of credit can help you. So I would encourage you to make an appointment.
Appreciate that, Linda.
Of course, absolutely. And just wanted to say thank you for coming on and giving us this wonderful insight on how we can use the business lines of credit in our business, and also for our real estate business specifically. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Nick and Eric. Thanks for your time today.
All right.
We appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Linda.
Appreciate you having us, and we look forward to being able to create value for anybody that's on the call today.
Enjoy the next 2 days in the seminars.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, we are going to be hosting Joe with Lending One tomorrow, and he's the gentleman that connected us, Joe Cerise,
Nice.
with Lending One. So I want to thank him for connecting us. And it's been a pleasure today to meet you in person for the first time.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we appreciate it. I'm looking forward to
hopefully
doing this again sometime.
Absolutely. And hopefully you can attend one of our live events in the near future as well. So thank you again.
Love it.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Linda.
Linda. Have a great day.
You too.
Thanks.
Well, folks, now we're going to be hearing from Barry DuRon. And Barry's going to be discussing a different type of financing option, which is a traditional mortgage opportunity. So Barry is with ALTLENDER Mortgage, and today he is going to be discussing some tips and insight on what and how you can obtain the best mortgage for your needs. Now, Barry, how are you doing today?
So far, so good.
Wonderful. Well, can you go ahead and start your
excellent
video? There we go, Barry.
Here
Here
we
you
are.
go. Oh, I love that motorcycle in the background. How fun.
That was my 6th Ducati motorcycle.
Oh my goodness. How wonderful. Love that. Well, Barry, we had a lot of turmoil in the markets this week. I mean, the interest rates went up 3.25%. Now, it wasn't a surprise because they told us it was going to happen. And like I mentioned in another podcast, what a phenomenal country we live in, that they're actually giving us a heads up before they, spike up the rates. That's pretty incredible. And they have been warning us for the past year and a half that the rates are indeed, we're going to, move up. Tell us, from your expertise in being in the mortgage lending space, how do you think this will affect the home buying and home selling going forward because of the 3/4 hike?
Well, it has an effect of attenuating or slowing down the process. And I think that it is temporary, and I'll tell you why. It is a shock now because interest rates used to be in the threes for owner-occupied property, and all of a sudden now they're in the sixes. But if you're as old as I am, and if you look at the mortgage trends in the last 30 or 40 years, you'll find that the mortgage rate of today are a lot similar to what they have been throughout this time. When I bought my house in Pacific Palisades, which I no longer own, but when I bought it in 1996, the interest rate at that time was about 7%. I refinanced it to 5% and thought I was making out like a bandit. So I remember the very first house that I bought when I lived in New Jersey, the interest rate was more than 9%. That was in 1967. So you see, the interest rates of today, which are in the sixes, are a shock, but it's a temporary shock. Business continued for all these years from 1972 to today, where 80% of the time the interest rates were higher than today. People still bought houses, people still sold houses. So we are looking at an initial shock, and then I predict business as usual. Okay, I want to start my pre-prepared speech.
Wonderful. Thank you,
Unless
Barry.
you have another question.
Thank you, Barry. Well, we'll definitely go to more questions later. And I want to thank you for answering mine in advance. I kind of threw that one out there out of nowhere for you. So I want to thank you for that. So go ahead and take it away and share with us the information that you are planning on sharing today.
Okay, so what I wanted to start with was, so you want to be a real estate investor. This is a very, very broad term. And I think that we should define the objective, at least the objective for the near future or for your next project. So you may intend to go into a large construction project or a large, or I don't know, apartment complex with 120 apartments. Chances are you're going together with other investors as a partner. You're putting on only parts of the funding, and that is out of the scope of what I'm going to talk about. Let's say that your objective is a little more modest. You want to invest and purchase a 1, 4, 8 dwelling unit, mixed use, small commercial, and you intend to go it alone. This is where we come in. So once having defined your objective, the second question is, what are you going to do with the property that you want to purchase? You may want to hold it as an investment property and long-term and collect rent. Or you may want to do some improvement, add to the structure, repair it, build an additional dwelling unit, and turn around and sell it. That is also legit. The type of funding that you would look for these two approaches is totally different. So let's start with how to obtain this funding. In either case, I don't recommend that you use 100% of your personal resources, obviously. You go and look for funding in the form of a mortgage from the outside. You're always required to have some skin in the game, that is to provide one part of the purchase price yourself. And we just heard a wonderful lecture on how to go about obtaining that part. I'm going to talk about how to obtain the second part, which is after you put in a down payment, which may vary from 10% to 40%. How do you go about obtaining financing for the rest of it? So you can go directly to a bank or a mortgage company, known as a direct lender, or you can go to a broker, like our company. The advantage of going through a broker is that a broker would normally have access to more than one lender. We have access, as an example, to 98 different lenders at this point, which does not mean that all of them are appropriate for your case. But obviously, we can look around and find the best match in terms of terms and interest rates and money required to start, the best terms for your own purposes. So that's the advantage of going through a broker. And to dispel one a possibility or one misinformation right from the beginning, it does not cost you any more to go through a broker than it does when you go to a direct lender, because the brokers work through wholesale lenders and they have access to funding that you would not find on your own. So let's talk about the type of the loan. So we said that you may have two different objectives in mind. One is to purchase a property, do something to it, turn around and sell it. In this case, you're looking for short-term financing. It could be hard money, or it could be a bridge loan. Typically, this would be a loan for 6 or 12 or 24 months. The most common is 12 months. And almost in every case, you can get it as interest only. There are some lenders that we work with that you will not even have to make monthly payment. What they do is they say, okay, you get a 12-month loan. By the way, there is no prepayment penalty for that. We are going to deduct your interest in advance, 12 months of interest. And if you turn around the property and sell it at a profit in 7 months, we would rebate you the unused part of the interest. So in this approach, you really don't have to make any monthly payment other than what it costs you to get down payment, of course, which again is out of my scope. So for a short-term project like that, buy a property, improve it, sell it at a profit, we are talking at short-term loans, and we are talking about interest rates that range from the low 8 to the high 10s. You are required, of course, to put a down payment. We covered that before. That would vary. That would vary based on the value of the property and your credit score. The best case that I saw was 90% financing, that is 10% down payment on the property and 100% financing of the improvement. With a lower credit score, the numbers will vary a little bit, but this is the range we are talking about. We're talking about a loan to value ratio of anywhere from 40% to 90%. That is a short term, and that is for buying a property, doing something to it, turning around and selling it. Now, for a different kind of project where you want to buy a property and hold on to it and get your profit in the form of usually rentals. You have options of getting a 30-year loan, a 30-year with an adjustable rate, where you are paying a fixed rate in the first 5 or 7 years and then your rate adjusted according to market terms, or even interest only for 10 years. This would be usually based on the cash flow that the property can generate. We call it DSCR, which is the debt service coverage ratio. And you would get a better rate if the income that the property can produce is more than the monthly income the property produced is more than your monthly expense. In other words, your cash flow is positive. If it's equal to or positive, the DSCR is 1.0 or higher, and you get a better rate. We're talking probably in the high sixes, low sevens. If the projected income from the property, monthly income, is less than your mortgage, that is the principal and interest and maintenance and insurance, you can still get the loan. Your interest rate is higher, but the loan is still there. In either case, they are not looking at your personal finances. In other words, your income does not matter. You do not have to provide any IRS or IRS forms or bank statement or profit and loss. All you have to show is the cash flow that is generated by the property. This type of loan usually take longer to approve. The short-term loan that we talked about before probably can be obtained within 5 to 10 business days. There's even one lender that I worked with that can provide the loan within 72 hours after all the documentation is in. If you're talking about the DSCR type loan, that is hold the property for a longer time and rely on the income generated by the property, usually this type of loan will take anywhere from 30 to 45 days to process. The last thing is, just to summarize, when you talk to a broker, when you are introduced to a potential lender of two, the things to look at are the loan to value ratio, that is how much you can finance and how much are you required to put in as a down payment. You're looking at the interest rate. You're looking at the length of the term, and you're looking at fees. Every lender charges fees. The fees involved in a long-term loan, 30-year fixed or 30 years with 5-year fixed and then adjustable. Usually the fees amount to between 1 and 2% of the amount of loan as closing fees, plus fixed fees such as escrow, title insurance, taxes, etc., etc. When you talk about a short-term loan that has to be paid in 12 months, give or take, and is interest only and can be approved in 5 to 10 days, you normally are looking at a higher loan origination cost, someplace between 2 to 4% of the amount of loan. So the things to consider are the loan to value ratio, the fees, the interest rate, and the term, how many years you're going to keep that loan. And that basically is it. And I would be more than happy to entertain questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Barry. We really appreciate that. And if you have any questions, you can put them in the Q&A. I believe the chat is not available for this session. Unfortunately, I don't think that I made that accessible, but we do have the question and answer available. So if anybody has any questions, they can certainly post them in the Q&A. So Barry, I want to thank you so much for joining us today. It's always a pleasure to have you on and hear the
Same here.
insight and the information that you have for us. And are you seeing a shift right now? Somebody earlier mentioned that we're now in a buyer's market instead of the seller's market. What is your opinion on that?
Well, it was a buyer market, at least I'm judging here in Southern California, where I am active. Although I have to add, thank you for bringing it up, we are licensed in many states. But I am active mostly in California. And it used to be a buyer's market. And I mean, I'm sorry, it used to be a seller's market, I should say. Yes, it used to be a seller's market. And we saw a feeding frenzy for quite a few months where properties were being sold for 10, 20% above asking price. This is no longer the case. Right now, it is indeed a buyer's market. And I have seen, which I did not see 3 months ago, and I see now, very good properties offered for sales and waiting there for 2 or 3 months before an offer is presented and accepted. So yes, it is now a lot more of a buyer's market.
Well, things are shifting, folks, and that's why it's important to be educated and know what is going on. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break for lunch, folks. We want to go ahead and see you back here at 1 o'clock. And Barry, thank you again for joining us. It's been a pleasure to have you and hear your insight. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take a little break until 1. Have a wonderful lunch, folks, and we'll see you back very shortly. Thank you. Hello, Desiree. How are you?
You can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. And I apologize for the background noise before.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm good. And you look wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for joining us today. Now, Desiree, are you still in Cabo San Lucas?
I sure am. We're still in Cabo.
Lucky you.
Only if I was at the pool or by the beach. We're so busy every minute of the day preparing for our opening. So we're excited.
Well, we're excited for you. And Desiree is in Cabo San Lucas because she's actually in escrow on a brand new transaction down there. And she's going to be discussing that and sharing all the details about that wonderful new deal. So take it away, Desiree.
Fantastic. So shall we share screen? Shall I share
Yes,
my screen?
please.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Desiree, and I'm the founder of Homework. And Homework is where you can live where you work where you live, anywhere in the world. So I've always worked for myself. I've been an entrepreneur since the age of 12. And then I became a realtor and a broker and then a real estate investor since 1989. Then I was a founder of CEO of Anna Powered Woman since 2007. And 2017, 10 years later, I'm the founder and CEO of Homework. And I'll tell you a little bit about Homework and myself, but this is really designed for investors who are thinking, okay, so many of you probably have short-term rentals through Airbnb and the other platforms, or deciding whether to do co-working, co-living. So what we've done is that in 2017, we started co-working, co-living, where it's the combination of the two. So first, identify the difference. A short-term rental, and most of you know, again, you use Airbnb, VRBO, Booking.com. When you have a rental of a property, apartment or home, for short periods of time, and it could be by the month, or it could be by the day or the week, but it's different from annual rentals or in the unfurnished apartment rental market. Usually they are already finished. Co-working, co-living, and things around there. And the difference is that we offer facilities, it's the same short term, could be short term or weeks, a month, or we don't do anything up past 28 days, but they share common kitchen, utility space, co-working lounges, common work zones, the residents use, and it provides a sense of, so it's built more for community as opposed to individual coming with family and staying and going away. So they do have a private bedroom and bath, but they have shared co-working areas and kitchens and things of that type. And this picture of the one that we have, 12 bedroom, 12 and a half bathroom, SRO in San Diego. San Diego, SRO means single room occupancy. And those are the type of properties that we look for commonly in rooming houses, boarding houses, hostels, bed and breakfast inns. And the reason being is that they already are licensed and they already have a use of being for short-term rental. So we don't run into any of the objections or the laws that are applied to short-term rentals. So that's how we work around that and able to continue purchasing properties and offering our services. So short-term, statistics say that the average stay is about 1 to 7 days, and that's about 79% of the bookings. It's a huge market. There's over 75 billion global vacation rentals. And I'm sure, again, you know of the popular ones like Airbnb and Vrbo and Booking.com and so forth. And again, there's even this with TripAdvisor and some of the sister sites. They have over $800,000 properties, I'm thinking dollars, in 190 countries. So it's a very large, very profitable market. However, the co-working, co-living space, it's been growing. Previously, it's been known as something primarily for millennials, as well as digital nomads and most of the creative. Now, over 92% of the people surveyed expect to work from home at least 1 day a week, and 80% expected to work at least 3 days a week. So my question is that I bet that either you yourself or you know of someone who is now working remotely, previously working from the office, but now working remotely, even if it's just part-time. And remote workers make about 8.3 more than the non-remote workers do. And the average person saves about $4,000 a year. So many times it's people want to, that have started it, they want to continue doing it because they feel they're more effective, it's more economical, and they have more flexibility in their schedules. It's gaining popularity. So again, no longer was it the younger ones or the creatives. We have all ages and all different industries as far as accountants, attorneys, engineers, and even doctors. We have a 73-year-old doctor who is staying in one of our places because she can do her things remotely. So the market has completely exploded post-pandemic. So think Airbnb meets WeWork. Okay, so that's the combination of what we're doing. It's a single room occupancy properties for business professionals and entrepreneurs to live and work short term. And the authentic value that we offer is that each one of our properties have private bedrooms and baths. We do events and field trips to strengthen connections. A lot of times people are new, the people from all over the world are coming and they don't really know anyone locally and they don't know also what to do locally. So by scheduling different field trips and things, we're able to really be able to connect. We have potlucks, we have Taco Tuesdays, we have wine tastings, we have game nights, as you see. So this makes a big difference. Even couples that have come, was a couple from Sweden that came and they said they stayed there because they were traveling by themselves and they wanted to meet other people. We include utilities, Wi-Fi, laundry, refreshments, household supplies, and even parking. So again, you pay one fee and it includes everything. So breaking it down, co-working, again, many of us are familiar with WeWork or Industrious or Regus. And then the co-living, many of us know about Common or Sonder or the Collective. But we are right there in the middle combining it. There's a few of them in other countries. There's one in San Francisco called Mission 20. But otherwise, there's very few. We're the largest one in San Diego, and we'll be the largest ones in Cabo San Jose area when we open up. So let's look at some of the numbers. Okay, so you say I'm making great money with my short-term rental, or single family rental. A lot of you have rental properties, I'm assuming. So for the same, let's do some numbers. So based on a 6-bedroom, 6.5 bath, if you do a single family rental, you can probably get, depends on obviously what city you're in and what neighborhood you're in, about $6,400 a month. You'll have some operating expenses, about $960, and your net will be $95440. So your mortgage payment would be about $5,100. So your cash flow per month will be about $340. So for a year, it's about a little over $4,000. Whereas for a homework model, which is co-working, co-living, you can have 2 people there full-time at $3,200, which equals 64. You can have 2 people there part-time at $3,000, $6,000. And say, for example, you had a drop-in and it was only 50% of the month. So it's like 15 nights a month at $200 a night, then it's another $3,000. But the income for that month is significantly higher. I mean, it's over double the amount. The expenses will be a little lower, a little higher rather, because you have more usage. But your net would still be higher. Your mortgage payment will remain the same. And then your cash flow per month is extremely much more. And then your cash flow per year is over $91,000. So, again, you think about, you have a rental, and you have the bedrooms, you charge one amount for the whole property, or you charge amount for each room. And that's how your numbers accumulate. In addition to that, you can also have different other avenue streams, and I'll share with you in a moment. So it's a perfect solution for those who are suffering loneliness and depression, which was huge, increased from 8.5% to over 32% post-pandemic, because a lot of people were quarantined alone and they realized that they missed that socialization that they had at work. It has freedom and flexibility. Now, again, many more people, over 35 million, are identified as digital nomads and remote workers. And then it's gaining popularity among professionals of all different ages. And it's flexible stays. A lot of people are relinquishing their leases and their long-term commitments so they can just travel and be flexible. It's affordable. It's much more affordable than having your own apartment. You don't have the utilities, you don't have the Wi-Fi, you don't have any other services that you may be paying for. And it's security. We have lots of security in place, but also the fact that somebody knows where you are. I mean, it's like if you're part of a community, then people would know if you came back missing or something happened. So if you had a child or a daughter or even a wife, then you probably would love her to be around other people as opposed to being someplace alone. And collaboration and friendships. And there is currently a housing shortage, so it does contribute to solving that solution. Now, some of the other ways that we scale and that we can also make profits is by other people's properties. So we have our signature properties, our homes, but we also represent others who have properties that we can convert into a co-working, co-living property. So say, for example, you say, I got a property right now and I want to maximize my revenue. Then either we can include you in our portfolio or we can teach you how to duplicate what we're doing. Memberships. So you can charge membership fees. So they can pay an annual membership so they can go from property to property and be able to take part in other types of events, maybe high teas, or they have webinars, we have seminars, we have other different things that are included in the membership so that they are members. We also have a digital magazine, and the magazine helps us promote not only our properties, but our host properties, as well as our members and our memberships. So, and that digital magazine is distributed monthly. So that's another benefit for the memberships to get involved. We do different events where we interview women and they come on as a member and they're able to promote themselves. We also have a book club. So again, people from all different areas can, maybe you meet someone at a location, you don't stay in touch, but you're able to connect with them again through the book club. So just different things you offer for your memberships, as well as masterminds. We have a mastermind, some of the small masterminds where they can participate and learn from people from the masterclass. So with the co-working, co-living, you create a community. With the community, create different community benefits. And you can also charge for those community benefits. So short-term rentals versus co-working, co-living. Whoops, for some reason, it took me back to, sorry. So Linda, while I get my way, are you gonna hold the questions till the end? I guess you are recording it. Okay, there we go. Also, when you have a community, you can also have products for sale. And that's another revenue stream because people, again, they're traveling different places. They may want something, a branded item to be able to utilize while they're at the property or utilize thereafter leaving the property. So one of the properties that we have currently is in San Diego. And again, it's the largest co-working in San Diego. It's 12 bedrooms, 12 and a half baths. So what we do is we find a property and we go in and we redesign the property. And this is a little quick video on how we redesign the properties. I'm hoping that you'll be able to hear the audio as well. Uh-oh. So they give you an idea of what it brings in, what the difference is it brings in. This is the revenue from the property that we have in San Diego. And we could have added up, but the first quarter, this is what we made in 67,000, second quarter, 98,000, the third quarter, 114,000. And then you can see how we increased from there. So almost at 300,000, I think on those third quarters. And so we exceeded our performance. And you still have 99.6%. We have over 2,600 stays, and the average stay for us at that property is 8.4 days. So the difference again is you have the same roof, you have the same, expenses from as an owner point of view, but you have so much more profits that you can really realize from it. Uh-oh, I think you skipped a slide and added a slide. So what's next? So what we do is this is the property now that we're in Cabo San Jose, and it's a beachside property. And we're going to go in and do the same thing we did to the other one. It's owned by people that are in their 80s and 90s. They were using as second homes from Oregon. So we're going to repaint everything white and add more landscaping, change the furniture, do the same thing we did at the other property. Just do a redesign. It has a pool. It also has what was a restaurant. We're going to empty the restaurant and convert it into a co-working lounge, a really, really cool, beautiful co-working lounge. It's a great space. We're going to have a rooftop. They have a huge rooftop. It's over 19,000 square feet, the footprint of it is. And we're going to convert that into a co-working rooftop. We're going to put fire pits and couches and a bar with a full kitchen up there. as well as barbecues, as well as hammocks. I mean, this is going to be one of the most amazing rooftop that we can have because we have a wonderful view. We have the beautiful ocean view. We're only 236 steps to the beach. And it kept taking me to the beginning again. So I'm going to open up for any questions that you have, Linda, and any other thoughts or ideas. And because I keep skipping back.
Wonderful. Thank you, Desiree. It
You
sounds
are
like just an incredible opportunity, and what a great view that is.
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, actually, it's 200 and my steps, the Gary steps is 236. My steps were 200, I think, and 20 from the beach. So I mean, from the front door. So just been thinking about having to just walk that close to the beach and the advantages of that. And there's so few beachfront properties. They're right in front of us is a restaurant called Mamma Mia's. There's another place that we have. This is our one that's going to be in Cabo Real. And this is a villas estate. This is the house and the pool. And that's how far it is from the ocean. But you take the golf course on the third hole, take the golf court, and you just drive the golf court down to the beach. And that's incredibly beautiful. So, you know, we really believe that co-working, co-living has not only great financial benefits, but also you're creating community, and people need that and want that anywhere and everywhere. So if you want to find out more, learn more about what being investing or being utilizing your property or starting a property, feel free to use this QR code, and that will give you access to give us your information. And I'm glad to reach out to you.
Thank you, Desiree. Well, that sounds incredible. Now, we do have some more time. We want to open it up to questions. You can go to the Q&A and ask questions there. Let's see. Now, Desiree, someone would like to reach you, and they're giving me their information, their number, as well as their email. So I will go ahead and share that privately with you. But are you willing to give out your phone number? Are you willing? There's oh, there it is right there. There's your phone number right there.
Phone number and
reach out to her directly.
Exactly. And then you can use the QR code and connect with us.
Wonderful.
Sometimes people, they ask Linda about, okay, so what gave you the idea? And I think the thing for me was that I was at the age where my kids had went off to college, and I was this empty nester. And as an empty nester, I enjoyed being around people, but I wanted the privacy. I wanted some privacy, and then I also wanted to live in a beautiful place, you know, and didn't want the maintenance and the management and the mortgage. So that's when we did the one in Rancho Santa Fe. We got this beautiful, incredible home, and I started with the 4 bedrooms and the 4.5 baths. And then we had a great event space. And then that space was, we did very well, especially up until COVID. And that was great for retreats. You know, people that wanted to come up there for 2 or 3 days with a group, a small group, up to 10 people. And that was fantastic. And we realized though, wow, we only have 4 bedrooms, 4.5 baths. Suppose we doubled that to 8. Suppose we doubled that to 12. And so that's why the new one here in Cabo, we have 12 bedrooms and 12 baths, 12.5 baths, and then so forth. So you find that sweet spot where you can actually become very profitable. And that's a huge thing. So it's not just even for, again, people for working, some people just really want to live in that type of lifestyle. And then another thing people and these are some of the questions, what questions come to your mind? Like, okay, how do you, the big question is the Airbnb, you know, how do you put short-term rentals? That's why we select properties. The property in San Diego was a rooming house. It was a boarding house. And it was specific for men with limited incomes. And so we were able to find something like that and then go in and redesign it and make it, you know, any property. And that's the fun part for me. It's being able to make it a wow property.
Well, that's incredible, Desiree. And I love the fact that you are branching out. Is this your first out of the country investment that you've made?
Yes. And you know that the reason why, and makes really good sense, is that first, but someone was telling me about it, that she had short-term rentals down here. And how much she was making from the short-term rentals, because especially during COVID, everybody was going out, like leaving the United States. They just really wanted to be out, and they could, if they had to work remote, why not work remote on the beach or in an area where it's just less expensive and it's more beautiful. And so when I came down, I said, well, find me a property. She found one property, and then, but it wasn't, came down, she decided she wanted to keep it for herself. She wanted to do a wellness center there. So I said, okay, we'll find me other ones. So we started looking around. That's when I found the home first, the other villa. That house is over 8,000 square feet. It's only 3 bedrooms and 3.5 baths. So we're going to add more bedrooms and baths to that, and it has a casita. So I found that, but we made an offer, but they took their time getting back to us. Said, well, let's just find something else while we're waiting, because I'm here. And that's when we found this property, the hotel. It's called a hotel, but it's never been operated as a hotel. So that's why we have that ability to use that designation of a hotel without having any problem. And we came in, and what we found out was that the labor is much less expensive here. So your housekeeping, your gardeners, your pool people, all of that's much less. But the room rental rates in this area are higher, or as high as they are anywhere else in New Mexico, because we're in the hotel zone. And so we have the highest room rate. So we have a great spread. We only need 35% occupancy to cash flow. And I have
Wow.
never, in my years of experience, I have never found a property where I only needed 35% to cash flow. So that was
That's pretty
usual.
lean, I have to say.
It is, and it's there's a lot of spread there, so a lot of profits there. And then we got a really good deal on the property because unfortunately the lady passed away that owned it from COVID, and her daughters don't want anything to do with it. They live in Oregon and they want to be up there with their families, and so we got a good sale price in the sale. So a few things are important to be able to find a good price, so that you have equity immediately. We have equity about $800,000 for equity here. That's something that's easy to redesign, to do a lot of heavy lifting. I spend a lot of money in redesigning it, and that you have a market where people are flocking down to this area, and they anticipate even more after the elections. People were doing it mostly as a second home from Canada, United States, but now there's so many expats down here that sometimes I'm at restaurants, I'm wondering who's left in America, because everybody seems to be, that's everyone there's from America. So there's a lot of people that it's just an easier lifestyle. It's much less expensive, to live down here, and people just appreciate that. So we find areas that have benefits for you, then it's going to work out. So we're excited.
Well, it certainly sounds lovely, Desiree. Now, are the investors also able to stay at some of these properties?
Yes. This one, what we offered we have a 50,000 ask as a minimum. And so they get 4 days, 3 nights, and then 100,000 they get, I think it's 6 days and 7 days and 6 nights. And then for anything over that, I think it's 2 weeks. That's every year they get that property or complimentary of being an investor. So absolutely. And then if they want more time, they can always get a discount, friends and family discount. But hopefully the problem with that is that some of the properties are always booked. If they're booked, the occupancy, they make sure they don't want to take away from their revenue as well. So it works out. They have different seasons, and right now we're supposed to be in the slow season because it's hot. It's very beautiful to me. But that's June, July, and August is hot, but it's going to pick up starting July, August, September. The next month it starts picking up because it starts getting cold in other areas, and people are coming down. They want to migrate down to the warm weather, the beautiful and warm weather. It's about 80, 82 degrees now. It's beautiful. It's just beautiful. It is.
Awesome. Well, I anticipate that even though it's a short-term rental, people aren't going to want to leave that location.
No, and we had instances where we accept the 28 days. They can reserve it. There's a couple people that have reserved it for 3 months. They just have to start a new reservation. And that's because from a business point of view, we don't want to get involved in the landlord-tenant laws. So if you stop the 28 days, they can get a new reservation. And it's a new 28 days going on. And then also another thing, it gives us the flexibility of making sure it's available for the high peak times. You know, for example, July was a peak time in San Diego because of Comic-Con and
Yeah.
because of July. So if we have long-term rentals in there, we lose that additional, because the rentals went up from like 120 to over 330 for the exact same room during that week. So we want to make sure that we have the availability during the high peak times, be able to take advantage. Yeah, I think some of your participants, are they investors? Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, tell me where you're from. Tell me if you have, how many people have short-term rentals now? You want to put it in the chat, or you want to tell us what you have?
Unfortunately, the chat isn't working at the moment, but the Q&A is,
Ah,
so we can
okay.
definitely use that.
Okay.
So utilize the Q&A, folks, if you'd like to interact with Desiree and learn more about the short-term rental space. Now, Desiree, we know about WeWork. I mean,
Yeah.
they did, you know, a movie about it. It went huge. What is your goal with homework? What do you envision, and what is your ultimate goal?
Our ultimate goal, what I envision is us being able to continue to grow. This year we launched 3 properties. Next year we want to launch at least 6 properties, and we're building a team. So I have 2 awesome people that came down with me that are relatively new to our team, and so next year we'll build a minimum of 6, if not 10. Because obviously the more that we can open, the more we have locations we can offer to our guests. A lot of them are asking now, and that's one of the reasons why too is a contributing factor to Mexico, because a lot of them we would ask, like, where are you going next? And they said, we're going to Mexico, we're going to Florida, we're going to Hawaii, things of that type. So that gave us an idea of where, because some people, they do this all the time. And I say, well, how do you choose where to go? They say, well, we'll go to Hawaii in the great surfing season. We'll go to Colorado in the ski season. We'll go, you know, so-and-so in the fishing season. So the people that now have this flexibility, they actually plan it out and they decide where they want to go based on the different seasons or just their whim. So we are planning to get the locations, and then we're building it, and we're hoping that most of our investments are 4 to 6 years, you know, as far as the returns. And the returns are up from 14% all the way up to 21%. So for their investments, we have different options how they can participate. So they've got great growth potential there, and they get dividends monthly. So that's a great opportunity for those who want passive income. But we figured in 4 to 6 years, we will really expanded and gone globally, and between our private properties as well as our host properties, and then be able to probably sell to a larger conglomerate. You know, that's usually the plan for a lot of people. The larger conglomerates buy the smaller ones. But once you've set up branding, once you've built a community and an audience and built numbers, you know, then they feel, okay, this is a good traction, because it's easier for them to do that than to start from scratch themselves. You know,
Right.
homework started in 2017. So 2017, 2018. So we have a few years that we've been building up the brand, and now we can really explode with it. And it's just properties. So some properties we purchase, investors buy and purchase. Some properties, again, we'll partner with people. Hey, you have a property here, and partner, and we just split the profits. Yeah, from that point, and help you design it so that it's our model, you know, within our model, like all white bedding and white sheets and towels, and just certain things that we do, fresh flowers and candles and things of that type that make it a little special. We don't want people to feel like they're in a hotel room. So each unit is designed differently. None of the 2 are the same. They're all designed, as you saw in the pictures, different motifs and different moods. And that will be the same thing. We'll have a, you know, boho tulum vibe here, but they'll all be a little different. And so we're looking for partners, because that way we can all grow together. We have a market. And again, we've had almost 2,700 people come in thus far, and that's 9 months. So that's a lot of people who will refer to going to other properties. We also have like nurses remotely, travel nurses, military sometimes. But again, a lot of them are just people, a lot of engineers, people that can work remotely. They want to move around.
Wonderful.
It's
What are
exciting.
some of the areas that you want to target with homework?
Well,
Can
next year we're planning to go into Vegas and to Santa Monica for one thing. And those are areas that are having problems with the Airbnbs, the short-term rentals. So there's there's a lot of limitations on who can do that. But like in Vegas, it's now it's too late. The people won't go back to the bed, the hotel rooms, even the lobby. They really want that short-term rental. So they want to be able to rent the property for them. And we do that same thing with this one. They'll be available for someone who wants to rent the whole villa because we're in a gated area. So they can go in the gate and you'll have the whole building along with the pool, along with the whole co-working area. And we're going to do a lot of events on the rooftop, like for weddings, for reunions, for retreats, for bachelorette parties, bachelor parties, things of that type. So Vegas is gonna be a great place because they've really clamped down on the short-term rentals. And so they need it there, and even Santa Monica. But then outside, Colorado, Seattle, Washington area, and then back east, there's Florida and Texas. So what we've done is we did a survey. And the survey we did a survey on to the areas where the individuals spent more than 33% of their income in housing. And if they spent more than that in housing, then this is a much more economical option for them, and especially for travel. And so we've selected a lot of different areas based on that. And we'll just keep growing. We're going by the properties, and it's all different types of properties. Again, like San Diego is like 1905, beautiful home. This one is 1999, like a hotel and 6 individual units with 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, full kitchens and washer and dryers and living room and dining rooms and balcony. The other one is more of a house, 8,000 square foot house. That'll be more of a villa. It has a double gated, community is gated, the property is gated. There's one that we were looking in that was in the mountains somewhere that was just really kind of a cool, that had little lodges, small 1-bedroom lodges, on the property. We create community. So we want all different types of property. Some people, we're talking with somebody now who has a ranch, 100-acre ranch, and partnering with him as far as, he want to go to a ranch and love horses. He loves horses. He raises horses. So that would be a very unique experience. So some going to be in the cities, some going to be in the outskirts, just different strokes for different folks. So we do want to expand it there. Good question. You're a great question. Must be reading everyone's mind. There's 2 questions. Is that in the queue? Will it be a
Let
replay?
me find this. Now, Anthony, yes, there are a couple of questions. Thank you. Anthony would like to know, are there state regulations regarding this type of rentals in the US?
No, because the properties that we designate are SRO, and that's single room occupancy. So they're licensed, they're registered, they're licensed as a single occupancy, like a hotel is licensed as a single room occupancy. A hostel is, bed and breakfast inns are, rooming houses, boarding houses, they're licensed as single room occupancy. So you can do that. If you buy the whole condominium unit, like this one is whole unit, we're buying the whole property. Now, if I had one condo in, and not necessarily here, but if you buy one condo in a complex, then I think the biggest thing is usually the neighbors and affecting the neighbors. So then you could have a problem. But if you're buying a whole condominium complex, then there's not a problem. So we buy the whole buildings, and we buy them with the SRO designation. So it's always has been single room occupancy, and as far as we're concerned, it always will be. So it's the kind of property that you buy, and that's the difference. And there's also a few exceptions. There's a few properties that maybe they don't have homeowners associations or have rules and so forth that would prohibit it. But we just don't want to take any chances. We invest millions of dollars in these properties, and we don't want to take any chances by having anything change on us. So that's a great question. And I know that's why this is such an amazing option. And another thing too is that it's co-working, co-living. We don't refer to it as short-term rentals. So short-term rentals, just by the designation, is given a bad rap. But people are working and living here, so it's a different market. They're not renting this place out to give a party or to have a bachelorette party, unless, again, it's our whole property. Then, then they can do what they want to do with that. So thanks, Anthony. Thanks for your question.
Thank you, Desiree. Thank you so much for everything. Now, right now, you currently have a few properties in Southern California Is there any other areas that you currently have this offering with homework besides Cabo San Lucas in Southern California?
We are in, we're working with some people, as far as I mentioned, to partner with them. We've partnered with the properties, our host properties we had in New York, we had 2 in London and 1 in Jamaica.
Oh, wow.
Florida, those are partnering properties, but yes, those are the properties. So if you wanted to say, okay, I'm going that direction. And what we do is we have a checklist of the things that are required from the property, that is, the model is maintained. And one of them is being that it's in a safe area. And we do, not only do we do initial research, we do like a 3-part, one initially, one at Google to see what's around it, Google, and then another one we actually have a realtor agent walk to the property and inspect the property. If it's something that we can't see ourselves, to make sure the property is in a safe area. Because sometimes you could be 1 block over and 2 blocks away could not be safe. So it's important it's safe and it's near transportation. Also that there's parking, safe parking around, whether it's on the property itself or just close by, because again, it's for the safety. And then most importantly, again, is the amenities that they offer, and the way that the property looks. It's got to be, again, white sheets, white towels, so forth. They've got to have a co-working area where it's designated for people to be able to connect together. And that's easy. Some people have great family rooms and great rooms where they can convert it, but they got to have a computer. They have to have Wi-Fi at a certain speed. So that they have fast Wi-Fi, just being able to have the coffee and the tea and the snacks and the fruit and all the extras, be able to do events if it's large enough. Some of them are smaller, like only like 2 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms. So they still could do a barbecue and things every now and again. But the smaller groups, people just connect automatically because they're just such a smaller group. There's only 4 people in the kitchen at a time. So again, it's easier to connect. And then they just kind of maintain. We have someone clean our common areas every single solitary day of the year. So they would need to know that someone's cleaning the common areas, the kitchen and the co-working areas and the outside areas every day. And then obviously we have the cleaning when to check in and check out, and can have midterm cleaning as well. But so that the property is clean, it's safe, and it's consistent with our homework model. But
Wonderful.
It works. It
Now,
works.
is there already a subculture of people who live in short-term rental situations around the year, like people who want to travel, entrepreneurs who, work on their laptop? Is there a subculture already that exists of people who do this on
Yes.
a regular basis?
Yes. Again, it's increased since COVID, post-COVID, because then now, a lot of the companies have literally shut down their offices where people are not coming back at all, and then they've been happy about that because the companies itself have saved tons of money, thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So they don't want the people coming. They put their leases and all the different amenities that they offer their employees. They want the employees to make the work remotely. And there's a lot of small business, a lot of people that, again, like accountants, you don't need to have an office, a storefront, or an engineer. You don't need a storefront, so even HR, we have a lot of insurance agents. Just a lot of people, you don't need to be in the office anymore. So they've given up, surrendered those leases. We have a lot of people that are just giving up their leases for housing. We had 2 girls from San Francisco in last week, and they both gave up their lease and they're just moving around. They actually were on that boat trip with us, and they were talking about where they're going to go next, strategizing where they're going to go next. And they were going by the weather. They were going by the weather. Okay, where's the next warm weather? But they don't have any place. They don't have a home. Technically, they call themselves homeless. And a lot of these people say, I don't have a home. They put the things in storage or put the things with parents or friends' property. Even the girl that told me about it here, Amanda, the first person that told me about it here, she's put everything at her friend's house, and her husband are all over the world now, traveling remotely. So, I mean, I would, if it wasn't for Gary, he has to be close by. He only goes in the office 2 days a week, but if it wasn't for that, we'd be working remotely. Like, why, if you're in Chicago, why would you not be on the beach in Chicago? If you're in Texas, why would you not want to be in the beach in Hawaii? Or if you're in Hawaii or Florida, why not be in the mountains of Colorado? So you just, We went to New York. I would love to be in New York actually for a month. It's Manhattan. It's a different vibe. To learn the restaurants, clothing. So that's the new, the new model right now is being able to roam and to be living remotely. And again, there's more remote workers day by day. And it's not just throughout the United States, it's throughout the world. Some countries are even ahead of us, as far as providing co-working, co-living. There's not a lot of them here. And they're ahead of us. Now, people say, okay, well, I go to a place, I rent out Airbnb, and it has a work area. That's true. Or hotels, you go to a hotel, they have a work area in the room. But the difference is that you're working by yourself still. You're alone. If you want to be around people, you got to either go down to the lobby or go to the local bar or whatever. Whereas us, you can just go down to the kitchen, you can go down to the back patio, you can go down to the pool area, you can go to the co-working lounge and connect with people and meet people and so forth. So that's the difference. You have privacy when you need it, and you have company when you want it. And that's one.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Desiree. That was great information. We're so lucky to be able to work virtually now. And so many people are doing it, just as you mentioned. And what a great time, because, hey, if you can't afford, or if you don't want to spend an enormous amount of money to live on the beach here, you can live on the beach in other parts of the world. And it's just amazing. It opens it up. We have another sponsor, Realty411 sponsor, who lives in Italy. And he works with our readers in the US. He does asset protection for them. It's just amazing. Nowadays, we can work from anywhere, folks, and the technology is there to really open it up. It's fantastic.
You're right. I mean, we're definitely in a sharing economy, where we're sharing houses, we're sharing cars, we're sharing bicycles, we're sharing animals, we're sharing workplaces. So we're in a sharing economy, which is beautiful, because we need that. People need that. People need it. I think we've been isolated way too long. And I think all that reality check came when people had to quarantine and they were not happy campers. So we realized that, being around other people, having access to other people is a good thing. And we'll grow better, and we'll grow better that way.
Well, again, Desiree, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Connect with Desiree. Her information is right on the screen, everyone. And she's there to answer all your questions. And you have a safe trip back, Desiree. Thank you so much for joining us from Cabo San Lucas.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Well, folks, we're going to be taking a short little break for 10 minutes, but Jason Burke is going to be speaking about tips for increasing your lead list. Now, everybody needs lists and prospects, especially if you want to raise capital for your deals, if you're trying to network with other investors. We all need to get more prospects into our lead list and into our database. And Jason is going to share with us a few tips on how you can host your own virtual event or live event to really connect with people of influence who can take your career and your real estate portfolio to a new level. Jason, are you available to spend a few minutes sharing your tips?
Yeah, absolutely. So do you want me to focus more on how to execute the virtual events, or more on the lead generation part? So
how about on the virtual event, so we can share some tips with our viewers?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. And your video is off, so you may want to put that on.
It should be on. I have it on. I can see me.
I'm not seeing you.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, there you go, Jason.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's on my end. So, hey, my name is Jason Burke, vet expert and founder of High Performance Estimate. So
Jason,
today let's share some
I'm
tips. when it
sorry,
comes-
but I can't see you. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Okay, great. My name is Jason Berg, founder of the High Performance System Event Expert. Today I'm going to share some tips when it comes to putting on your virtual events. Now, one of the things you want to do is pick a platform that's easy for you and your team to use, as well as your audience to use. And there's a few different platforms out there. There is Zoom, that's one, which you can hold webinars, you can hold meetings, you have GoToWebinar, you have Skype, you have different Google Meet, you have different platforms out there that you can use to host virtual events. But you want to pick the platform that you know how to use and give the best experience for, and that's easy for your audience to use. The reason that's important is because that'll create the great experience for your speakers, your audience members, and along that lines. Now, that's very important. Once you pick the platform, naturally you want to book your speakers for the event. So you want to reach out to some thought leaders, and the first thing you want to do is add some value to them to get them to want to come on your virtual event. So maybe you invite them as a guest on a podcast to start out. Then you mention about them coming on the virtual event so they can have time to speak in front of your audience, which is really valuable, which will help you attract more speakers because they'll want to be associated with bigger thought leaders in the space, which will help you. Now, when it comes to the lead generation part, you want to market your events, and there's a few ways to really build your database, which I want to touch on briefly here. One of the great ways to do that is sponsor and speak on other people's stages, because this will help you grow your database and you'll get the registration list, which will build your CRM, which is very important, is to have a good CRM. And there's a few out there that I recommend. Keep is a good one. HubSpot is a really good one that has been newer. It's been around for a little over a year, a couple of years, but HubSpot is really good. MailChimp is another one. Aweber, Constant Contact. These are all systems that you can build your database, because you want to be, as you're speaking on other people's stages and getting the registration list, you want to be building that database, because then you can market your events to your email list, which is the most important list you have, which you control 100%. And if you keep the data segmented, this will help you fill the attendance for your event, which will attract new investors to your deals, especially since we're on Realty411 and you're looking for new investor leads for your deal. You want to be building your database to do that. Another great way to market your events is through social media. Things like LinkedIn is a great platform where you can do posts. You can even invite your contacts to LinkedIn events to attend. The key with that to be successful is you got to follow up through message or phone call to confirm they're showing up. But LinkedIn is a great way. You meet a lot of great business connections on LinkedIn. And it's also a great way to get your name and brand out there. Instagram is a great way. Just be aware that the video content is about a minute or less, unless you're using IGTV. But if you're posting consistently, it's a great way. Having Facebook groups is another great way, because you're creating a community. I recommend having a public group for public consumption, a private group for your private coaching clients and your clients. A newer platform that I'm part of now is Be Connected, which is another great platform that allows you to promote your events, create your groups, and that allows you to target the connections that you want to connect to based on creating your profile, which is a great way. It was created by a friend of mine, Tanya Hoffman. So that's another great way, because you want to use that to market events. And another great way I've used in the past to market a lot of my events too has been Meetup. Meetup is a great way because you can create a Meetup community. And within 3 days, Meetup puts it out into that city, and it'll start pushing people toward your Meetup group. And as more people you tell about your Meetup group, you'll build your Meetup list. Now, the key with Meetup is you want to make sure your Meetup list is opted into your email database. If you're using Meetup Pro, it will integrate with MailChimp, but you can also have the list opt in through a free offer to opt into your other email database if you're not using MailChimp. You can also post events, create events on Meetup. You can blast out to your list of Meetup, which is usually you can segment it. You can blast out to the whole list, or you can segment out by newer, older, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, in a year. But Meetup is another great way to build a community, promote your events, and then have that community opt into your email list, which you're growing your list. So that's another great way that I've used. Another great way is Eventbrite too. And one of the things I like about Eventbrite is that you can create events for free in Eventbrite. And you can start out by marketing to cities that you don't have a following and do virtual events. So then once you go to the live event format, you build an audience by using the free Eventbrites to do that. The key with Eventbrite is you want to make sure that people enter in the name, email, and customize it for the cell phone. So you can have text messaging marketing as well. And then you take the database you get from Eventbrite and upload it into your CRM system. So you're growing your database. Because the more you grow your database, the more you'll market your own events, the more you'll attract investors for your real estate opportunities, especially if you're looking for where to be funding and for your real estate, or you're looking for more real estate deals. You want to set it up where you set the event up to attract that type of person. And the most important thing when I say on the virtual events is make sure you know how to use the platform, your team knows how to use it, and then the audience, it's easy for your audience to log in and be able to interact. Chat feature, video feature, Q&A. You want to make sure that's easy to use. You don't want it complicated. Don't assume just because you know technology that other people might know technology at your level. So always make it easy for them to use. And then with proper marketing and building your email list, and then speaking on other people's stages and borrowing other people's audiences, which is the fastest way to grow your list, which helps you market your own events. That will build your database and help you fill your funnel to get more leads for investors. So whether you're looking for more investors for your deals, or you're looking for more real estate deals and you have the investors, or you're looking for both, you can build your list and then market those events, whether it be a workshop or a free preview event, depending on what the goal of the event is. So that was some tips when it comes to your virtual events. And if you want to learn more about events and how to really monetize those events, I'm going to put my calendar link in this chat, which you can book a free event mastery session 30-minute strategy call with me, Jason Burke. So I will have that information in the chat. And I also want to thank Linda Plagas for the excellent job she's doing hosting this Realty411 event. She's amazing. I've known Linda for years. We've known since 2012, 13. So it's been over 10 plus years we've known each other. And we've done some amazing things together. So I want to thank Linda again for the opportunity to share these tips with you. In any way I can be of service to you, I'll put my information in the chat so you can in the Q&A so you can reach out to me. Thank you again, Linda.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Jason. And folks, this is how vital networking is. I have one friend, an associate, now he's a sponsor. He attended a Realty411 event in San Jose, California in 2012. In fact, I have a photograph of him in the audience. Well, next thing you know, and he jumped right in. I mean, he attended one of our bus tours. He started following us around to other events. Well, lo and behold, now he leads an $85 million fund, real estate fund, and he's sponsoring our events. Now he's based in Florida. But this is the power of networking. It's incredible. So I encourage you to network at virtual events, in-person events. And if your goal is to be an influencer, to also start raising capital for your deals and giving other investors opportunities to invest with you, then I definitely encourage you to start thinking about hosting your own virtual events and then your own in-person events as well, because it's very powerful. And next, we're going to learn all about a really important event that happens every year, the RAL Academy, with Isabel Guarino. Hello, Isabel. How are you? Oh, I forgot it's Isabel Guarino Smith now.
No worries. No worries. Good to see you, Linda. It's been so long, too long.
Yes, yes, it's such a pleasure. And today, Isabel's going to be discussing the silver tsunami and how are we either going to get crushed with it or are we going to ride the wave? And we know that you want to be an educated investor. That's why you're here. We're going to be riding that wave. So, Isabel, take it away. Thank you so much for joining us.
You got it. I am so excited to be here with you guys today. Let me get this set up for us. And I'm going to make it just a little more perfect there. All right. You can see the screen and see me. Everything's good.
Yes, everything is perfect.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for having me, Linda. We love your group. We've been coming to you at Realty411 for so long. My dad, my brother, and now myself have been, presenting to your audience, and I couldn't agree with everything she was saying more about networking and getting connected. I know this is a virtual event, so it's tough, but just dig in and really soak in everything that you can this week. So thank you so much, Linda. Like she said, I'm going to be sharing all about residential assisted living and the silver tsunami, right? It's coming and we cannot stop it. For those of you who don't know, my dad, Gene Garino, he was kind of like the godfather of assisted living. He ran and was the founder of all of our companies. And just last year, he passed away. Our whole company, could have shut down. We could have stopped. We could have said, that was a great 10-year run, but it's over now. But instead, we got together and we decided there's still so much need. There's still so many seniors to be served. There's still so much opportunity to have that we just couldn't stop this. I worked side by side with him over the last, 7, 8 years, helping him build all of our companies. And today I'm going to be sharing with you all about Residential Assisted Living Academy. So why is right now the best timing for senior housing? How could it be good timing for anything, right? When we look at the market, it's a little scary. It's a little crazy. It makes you maybe say, should I hold off? Should I hold back? But I don't want you to live in fear. The baby boomers have been driving our economy for the last 70 years. And this is your final chance to take advantage of the trends that they create. It's kind of their final wave goodbye, right? Right now, the silent generation is who's living in assisted living. There's about 47 million of them. But the baby boomers, in the next 10, 20, 30 years, that's who's going to be in assisted living. And there's 76 million of them. Timing has never been better. The world looked very different in 1950 than what it's projected to look like in 2060. That 85 plus demographic is the fastest growing demographic on planet Earth today. They are coming and we cannot stop it. But what we're talking about with residential assisted living is kind of what Uber did to taxi or what Airbnbs did to hotels. That's what we are doing to big box facilities. We're saying no more is that the only option. No more are we going to accept that this is what we're going to get, subpar care at a ridiculously high rate. No, there's something more. There's something different. We're here to disrupt that. So what's going to change this year? I mean, we just literally watched over the last 3 years practically our whole lives change, right? With COVID and inflation and all sorts of stuff, we could drive ourselves cuckoo thinking about what's going to change. So instead, sometimes I like to focus on the opposite end. What's not going to change? You see, when money gets tight, people stop spending on luxury items. People stop going to that Airbnb or that week-long vacation in Europe or Disney or whatever. They're pulling back. But your loved one needing care and assistance, your mom or dad or grandma or grandpa's housing, you don't just stop paying for that. You don't just pull the bill and say, good luck, you're on your own. No, this is Maslow's hierarchy of need. This is a necessity item. Home, food, care. This is not something that gets taken away when money gets tight. Talk about being recession proof. Nothing's recession proof, but this is probably the most recession resistant industry out there right now today. When we talk about doing good and doing well, which is our company motto, I want to make this very clear. Yes, you can make a whole lot of money in this industry, but you're also making a massive impact. You are changing people's lives. Let me share with you a little bit about our journey. It began with a phone call. My grandmother fell, she broke her hip. The doctor said she's going to need 24/7 care and help with activities of daily living. Many of you listening may have had that happen to you or know someone who it's happened to. What do? Do you quit your job and go take care of mom or dad full time? Do you get them in-home care, which in a moment I'll share with you how expensive that can be? Or do you put them into a home? And as soon as you say it, you kind of feel icky. You kind of feel guilty. All those movies our whole lives told us, don't ever put me in a home, right? This is the exact scenario we found ourselves in with my beloved grandmother, Marie. And we searched and searched and searched for a suitable facility for her. And the average facilities, I didn't want to leave my goldfish, let alone my grandmother, in them. They were disgusting, overpriced, smelled bad, waiting lists. It was awful. You see, my dad was a real estate investor for 40 years at this point, and he realized really quick, I'm either going to be paying 5-6 grand a month for my mom to live in one of these, or I could own and operate the real estate in the business and be cash flowing $10, $15, $20,000 on this, and she could live for free. In that moment, he realized, I guarantee that you're going to get involved in senior housing one way or another. You're either going to be lying in the bed, writing the check for yourself or a loved one, or you could be cash flowing, owning the real estate and business, living for free if you or a loved one ever needs this. Today, I'm going to share with you the 5 keys to success in residential assisted living, as well as for those of you who are more passive investors, how to become a preferred real estate provider. Who the heck am I and why should you listen to me? My name's Isabel Garino-Smith. I'm the COO of Residential Assisted Living Academy. I was named top senior housing influencer under 30. My family owns and operates 3 care homes in Arizona. I'm the lead educator at Residential Assisted Living Academy. I was named future leader by Senior Housing News. I built 8 companies over the last 7 years and 3 RAL focused ones. You see, my dad was my best friend, my mentor, and he was a pretty cool guy, featured in all sorts of magazines and newspapers. But what meant the most to me was when Robert Kiyosaki saw him from across the room and said, hey, that's the RAL guy. And he ran over to my dad and he wanted to hear more. He wanted to know what my dad knew about senior housing. He said, tell me everything. They became fast friends. They met on the Real Estate Guys radio show cruise. They met up again at New Orleans Investment Conference and really just bonded over senior housing. You see, Robert's the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the little purple book about getting out of the rat race. And he saw that RAL was the perfect way to do this, how to cash flow and be hands off. He's invested over $100 million in a big box facility in Scottsdale, Arizona. Now, that's how he's choosing to get involved. You don't have to get involved that heavily because, at the end of the day, this is all about you. I'm talking to you, not Robert. So how much do you need every month to cover your monthly personal expenses? We have a lot of fun on TikTok with our company. And yesterday I posed this question and all sorts of people were writing to me in the chat. I need 20 grand a month, 25, 15, 10, whatever that number is that covers the house, the car, the kids, the food, the fun, enough that you can take a deep breath, enough that you can enjoy your life, spend time with who you want, donate to what you want. Most people are telling me minimum 10 grand a month is what they're going to need. And if your number's more than that, like most of the people on TikTok there, that's okay. Because one residential assisted living home can get you there. If you need more, we're talking about 2 homes, maybe 3 homes. That's it. Not hundreds of doors, not big apartment complexes, no. 1, 2, 3 single family homes being used as a residential assisted living home. But why? Why would you want to get involved in senior housing? Well, the demographics are coming. This is an unstoppable silver tsunami of seniors. We can see the writing on the wall. The supply and demand is out of control. Timing, it's a 20-year wave starting right now. And the inevitability of it all, you're going to get involved one way or another. Right now, you have a choice on what that actually looks like. I'm not the only one getting involved. Meg the Stallion just went back to Texas Southern University to learn how to open an assisted living facility. Why is a rapper getting involved in this? You tell me. Tracy Tudor, she'll be next weekend at our national convention. Really excited to have her. She's from Bravo's $1 Million Listing Los Angeles. She's seeing what's happening in the upscale real estate market in Los Angeles. She wants to get involved in RAL. Tyler Perry launched a TV show called Assisted Living. He's bringing it to mainstream media. And Jimmy Buffett, he's opening Margaritaville themed retirement communities. I'm not even the biggest fan, but I mean, that sounds like a lot of fun. So when we talk about the different options for single family home investing, obviously you can always do a fix and flip. You buy a home, you fix it up, you sell it, right? But as soon as you sell it, you're out of the job. You've got to go get another one and do it again, and another one and do it again. And that sure looks like a rat race to me. This is cash flow, not cash. I'm sorry, cash now, not cash flow. Talking too fast. I'm excited, you guys. Single family rentals, 200, 300, maybe upwards of $600 a month on just one of those single family rentals. This is cash flow, but you're going to need a lot of doors to get you to that freedom number. And with each door comes tenants, toilets, unpaid rent, destroyed properties, drama. No, thank you. Group homes. Maybe you have a heart for those who have clean, sober recovery needs. This is a great way to get higher cash flow at $1,000 a month or more. Airbnbs, even higher cash flow. I love to stay in them. I won't stop staying in them. But just like they were mentioning earlier, you've got cities like Las Vegas practically shutting them down, saying no more can you do this here. Not to mention when money gets tight, people stop traveling as much. People stop spending on luxury items and things of that nature. And also the fact that Marriott's getting involved. If you aren't aware, they're buying entire neighborhoods and turning them into Airbnbs. And if you don't think they have the money, time, resources, staff, and energy to outbeat the solopreneur like you or I, oh, you better believe they're coming in to take over. Owning and operating a residential assisted living home, cash flowing 10 grand a month or more. To me, if I had one single family home and I had to decide what to do, that by far makes the most sense. Proverbs says, he who doesn't look ahead remains behind. And I really think that this is either going to be a mega crisis in our country, in our world, in your life, or the biggest opportunity we've ever had right in front of us. Remember, I mentioned one of the options for my grandmother was in-home care. You keep the senior in their home, you pay a caregiver to come and one-on-one care for that senior. The average rate for in-home care is $27 an hour. If you need 24/7 care, 24 times 27 times 30 days in the month, that's about $19,000 a month just for the care. Plus the lease, the mortgage, the food, the activities, the medication, anything else, we're talking $20,000, $25,000 a month for one-on-one in-home care. Most Americans cannot afford that today. So I know what you're thinking. Well, I don't need 24/7 care. I'll take nights and weekends. I just need someone to watch mom or dad while I'm at work. Okay, still going to run you $4 or $5 grand for just the care, plus. And now you just gave up your nights and weekends, meaning no more going to Johnny's soccer game or the ballet practice, the PTO, the book club, the wine club, poker night, whatever it is, say goodbye. When a senior needs 24/7 care, they need it and they need it now. And this is not something where it's like, jump in the car, we're going to the, PTO meeting. No. It's painful for mom or dad to get up and move. That's not happening. Assisted living national average right now across our country is $4,500 per month per person. That's the national average. Every city or state varies, and I'll show you how to find that number in just a moment. What is residential assisted living? It's just a group home for seniors that provides assistance with the residents' activities of daily living, meaning walking, bathing, eating, taking medication, brushing their hair, brushing their teeth, getting up out of bed. It is not a Brookdale, a Sunrise, an Atrium, a big facility, what I call a big box with long hallways, impersonal staff, massive food halls where you or your loved one is just a number. That's not what we're doing. It's also not Golden Girls, right? That's the opposite end of the spectrum for mature women living in a home who need minor help with landscaping, changing a light bulb. This is called independent living, not what I'm focused on either. What we do is residential assisted living, senior housing in a single family neighborhood in a regular environment, just like we grew up in, typically 1-story homes, but you can do it in multi-story homes. You add in a chairlift or an elevator. They're typically in upscale settings because most seniors are going to want private bedrooms and private bathrooms. So you're going to want a lot of bedrooms and bathrooms. Inside, the floors are smooth and clean. There's a lot of sitting space. The furniture is age appropriate. In the bedrooms, they've got beds and dressers, bathrooms, are seniors safe and accessible, but really the home looks a lot like my home might look. But who's living inside? None other than our adorable seniors just living out their golden years. I really love to show this photo because I want to point out that caregiver right there. If you've ever visited a big box facility, it's not that the caregivers don't care. They absolutely do care. And they're there because they want to do better. But the lack of staffing is horrendous. Typically, you'll see 15 to 1. So 15 residents to 1 caregiver. And at that point, it's like if one person needs help, the other 14 need help, you can't do it. The lack of the care just goes so down so fast. In this photo, we see our caregiver sitting, enjoying, eating, celebrating 4th of July. You would never see this scene in a big box. And I just love to point that out because we celebrate everything in the homes, from Easter to St. Patrick's, Mardi Gras to birthdays, you name it, we celebrate it because these seniors deserve it. These are their platinum years, and we want to make sure that they feel, loved and fulfilled and cared for. I'm going to keep coming back to this because it's our company motto, do good and do well, because making a lot of money is cool, but making an impact. You see, prior to being in residential assisted living, I never got a check for $6,000 wrapped in a love letter, from anyone I leased a home to or rented my Airbnb to or any other form of real estate until residential assisted living. I get thank you cards, love letters, hugs, balloons, text messages, you name it. The families appreciate you. They're grateful for you. They're thankful for the opportunity that you are allowing them to be a daughter or son once again. Now that's an incredible thing. But what do you really want in life? Do you want to feel good about your investments? Be proud of the work that you do. Do you want to have enough income to live the life you've dreamed of, to not settle, stop working overtime for not enough pay? Or maybe it's about legacy for you. Maybe you're at the point in your life where you want to leave a true legacy with appreciating assets, growing real, true wealth to pass on to your loved ones. I want to help you do that because when we talk about what everybody else is doing, it's a lot of the same old, same old. When I'm in a room with you guys and we're in person and I say, raise your hand if you do wholesale, and everyone's hands go up and I say, look around. Okay, fix and flip, look around. And we go through this whole list. And then I say, raise your hand if you're doing residential assisted living. And it's like me and maybe one other person. The reality is, this is not the easiest venture. If you want easy, go do something else. This is one of those things where the risk, the work is so worth the reward. I love that there are rules and regulations in this industry, and you should too. Because if this was easy to get into, that would be scary. I want the best of the best, the people who are willing to put in the work, the people who care, who have a passion, who have a why, to be able to open these homes, not someone who's just doing this for the cash flow. You see, the facts and statistics are there's 76 million baby boomers, 10,000 people a day turning 65, 4,000 people a day turning 85. 90% of seniors want to stay in their own homes, but 70% are going to need daily care for an average of 3.5 years. They will need home and assistance. I'm not the only one who thinks that. Harry S. Dent, New York Times bestselling author of The Demographic Cliff, wrote, the opportunity of our lifetime in real estate development and investing is likely to be in nursing homes and assisted living facilities. I want you to hear from him himself.
Yeah, so what Jane's in charge of is this organization called Residential Assisted Living. In your opinion, is that the best real estate play to be in?
It is, because I always tell people, because the baby boom was so large, everything they do as they age is the best sector. People say millennials, there's more millennials. Bull. They're not as big a wave. They're a fraction of the wave. So what assisted living and nursing homes do, they play the last stage of the baby boomers, the largest generation in history, and nobody sees it coming. Nobody.
No, we do.
You do. Nobody sees. I bring this up and people say, Harry, what are you smoking? There's oh, the baby boomers already retired. They're already in assisted living. No, they're just starting.
Yeah.
In 2018.
Oh, yeah.
They got 26, 28 years of nonstop growth.
Yeah.
Nothing will grow faster and nobody will see it coming.
Pretty cool to see them sitting around talking about that. You've got Harry Estent, Robert Kiyosaki, my father, the late Gene Garino. You may recognize Jonathan Goldsmith, the world's most interesting man from those Dos Equis commercials back in the day. And then Brad Upton from Comedy Central. This is at our national convention. Like I mentioned earlier, it's coming up next weekend, an incredible event to just get together with the who's in the industry. But let's jump back into it. You might be thinking some myths or misconceptions. They might be popping up in your head right now. Like, wait, Isabel, am I going to have to work in the home? And the answer is no, I do not work in my homes. I do not suggest that you work in your homes. I teach and train you how to work on your business, not in it. And I want you to do that. I do not want to teach you to create a job for yourself. Absolutely not. What about the liability? Well, actually, it's about $1 or $2 per day per resident. It's a line item, nothing to be fearful of. And we hook our students up with the best of the best liability insurance protection so that they can be safe, so that they can be protected. Really, really great opportunity. And I want everyone to be safe and protected. I would never put you into something that, would set you up for harm. Did all the seniors die from COVID? Unlike what the news and social media wanted to tell us, absolutely not. The silver tsunami is still coming and there is still so much need. I told you there's 47 million in the silent generation and 76 million in the baby boomers. But right now we are currently 1.3 million beds short. You heard me right. Supply and demand, oh, it's off. We have so much demand and it's only going to be getting worse. This is the best opportunity. I can't even stress that enough. What about good employees? Aren't good employees hard to find? Pause. I personally have an issue with this one because if you have a lot of turnover, if you're a business owner and you have a lot of turnover, let's take a second. Over the last 2 years, they called it the Great Resignation. 70% of people, when surveyed why they left their job, did not leave because they were going to, for the money, because they were going to make more money. They left because they didn't feel appreciated. That should tell you something. If we're going to be spending most of our lives at work and surrounded by these people and you don't feel appreciated, you don't feel loved, that's an issue. We need to be treating our employees with respect, care, paying them fairly, respecting their lives, understanding situations. To me, it's not about finding good employees. It's about being the best employer you can be. I show our students how to do that so that they feel confident and successful. Like Deidre, who has a home, an RAL home out in Connecticut. She's been open for 2 years. And in 2 years, she's not had one staff member leave her because she followed what I taught her to do. It's not that hard and people are happy to work for you. They're loyal to you when you follow the rules. Do you need medical experience? Nope. Although if you are a doctor or a nurse, that's an incredible feather in your cap. And I want to show you how to market that for even more success. But you do not need to have medical experience. An HOA, they're not going to let me do this. That's just not true. Because of the Federal Fair Housing Act, which is a federal law, any city, state, county, angry neighbor, HOA cannot tell you no. We created the RAL National Association, which is the only association that represents all 30,000 of these homes across the country. We've got legal backing and power. So if anybody tells you, not in my backyard, NIMBY, right? You just let them know, don't worry, we've got the lawyers, we've got the association, we'll get it taken care of. It's illegal for them to tell you no, and you'll win every time. Seniors can't afford this. Just not true, and I'm going to show you how they do. At the end of the day, it's just a single family home that's cash flowing more than all of the other real estate opportunities in this sector. So what are the 3 smartest options for you to participate in RAL? First, you could own the real estate and lease it to the operator. You know, we call this being a preferred real estate provider. You can get twice the fair market rent. What? How? Well, you've taken a home, you've retrofitted it, you've got it ready to go for assisted living, maybe even got the license on it, and now you're leasing it out to an operator. You've done a lot of the hard work and labor. And for those of you listening who are in real estate, for you, you might be like, that's easy. I could do that. Exactly. Use your skills and make it work. This is a long-term low impact tenant. What I mean by that is it's not a single family signing a 1-year lease with you. No. This is a business signing a 3, 5, 8, maybe even 10-year lease with you. They're a low impact tenant, little or no maintenance, no punches in the wall, no destroyed bedrooms, no breeding pit bulls in the living room. No. It's seniors. The worst that happens is a little rocking chair dinks back one too many times and you have got to patch a little hole, right? Nothing's really happening. These homes are being kept pristine and clean at all times. The second way to get involved is own the real estate and operate the business. This is what we do and what most of our students do. And in a moment, I'll show you how we make our money in this category. Number 3 is you could be a private lender or a JV partner. A lot of our students come to our training to just be this. Maybe you have deep pockets and you don't even want to own the real estate or the business. You just want to lend on this. This is a great opportunity for you to get involved. So how much money can you make? Woo, show me the money, honey. Well, first, how much does assisted living cost? Because you're all coming from all over the US, and I want to make sure we're talking about you. So take a screenshot, jot down this website, whatever the case is, genworth.com/cost of care. When you go to this website, I told you that the national average is $4,500 per month per person, but you're going to type in your area, your zip code or city or wherever you live, and it's going to show you how much care costs in your area. Again, these are the average costs. And what did I say about the average home for my grandmother? I didn't want to leave my goldfish, let alone my grandmother there. So I don't advise you do average homes. I advise you do above average homes. But what are the most expensive states for assisted living? DC is not a state, but they're printing money over there. They're the most expensive assisted living in the country at average rates of $6,978. Woo-wee. Alaska coming in close behind, $6,830. We've got Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New Hampshire, Washington, Delaware, Maine, Hawaii, and Connecticut rounding us out at $5,129. On that website, you'll see all 50 states and their average rates, but really more than the state, you're looking for the specifics in your area, right? Your zip code, your area code, and you'll be able to find those there. Now, what if you had one RAL home providing you an additional $10,000 a month? Would you be more confident and secure knowing you could pay your bills easily and stay in control financially? Would you be more comfortable knowing that you could provide home care or assistance for your loved ones if and when they need it? Would you be more fulfilled knowing you're making a difference and leaving a mark on this world? I know I am. Tick, tick, tick. This checks all my boxes. But let's get into the money. Let's use our national average of $4,500 per resident, and we'll say we're licensed for 10 beds, because depending on where you are in the country, you're allowed to have anywhere from 6 to 16 residents in the home. So 10 is a nice, easy middle ground number that's bringing us in $45,000 a monthly gross income. Now, there are a lot of expenses. Some of these are normal expenses that you have in your own home, like cable and food and landscaping, utilities. But some of them are not so normal, like caregivers and business license renewal and liability insurance. But in our training, we go through all of those, and I'll share them with you in depth, the high end, the low end, where you want to be falling. For right now, I want us to focus on the two numbers at bottom, 20,000 and 30,000. 20,000 is if you plan to be the candlestick maker, the cook, and the baker. You're going to work in the home, live in the home, care for the residents yourself. Not what we do. Not what I want to teach you to do, not what I advise you do. I want you to hire that licensed, trained staff to do all of that for you. So you just own the real estate and the business and run this passively like me. Back to our example using our $30,000 a month. In most parts of the country, we can still get a pretty nice home for $5,000 a month. That's leaving us with $10,000 monthly net income and $120,000 annual net income. Pretty good on one average RAL. But let's go nicer. So what if we were to charge $5,700 per month per person times 10 people, bringing in 57,000? Our expenses stay the same because we still have 10 residents in the home, right? It's just a nicer home. So the debt service is going to go up. Let's say that's $7,000 a month, leaving us with $20,000 of monthly net income and $240,000 of annual net income. You know, our students, Scott and Michelle, they're out in Metairie, Louisiana, right outside of New Orleans. And this is exactly what they're making. Pretty incredible. In Louisiana, you heard me right. Some of you live in states where you can only have 6 beds, right? Maybe whether it's California or somewhere else, I would always advise that you do either a luxury home or a memory care home, because memory care, you can charge an additional $500 to $1,500 more per resident because of the different licensing level that you are. So let's say we had 6 residents paying $7,000 a month, bringing in $42,000 every month, minus 18 in overhead. The overhead went down because we have less residents. It almost got cut in half, but not exactly. The debt service, we're increasing it because this is a luxury home in a really nice part of town or an expensive area, right? 10 grand a month. That's leaving us with $14,000 a monthly net and $168,000 per year. That's pretty incredible. I mean, I don't know what you would be doing with this kind of money, but that's pretty awesome. Some of you live in states like Texas, Illinois, Ohio, where you're allowed to have 16 residents in the home. So let's do 15 for easy math with that same $7,000, bringing us in $105,000 every single month. Our overhead, we are going to increase it because we have 5 more residents, bringing it up to $50,000 a month. Debt service, we're also going to keep it super high at $15,000 a month. This is leaving us with $40,000 monthly net income, $480,000 of annual net income. One of our students, Brian, out in New Jersey, this is exactly his numbers. Pretty incredible. When I talk about that you can make more with 1 RAL than you could with 30 apartments, 40 apartments, this is what I'm talking about. You know, and it's a lot easier. We're talking about 1 home. But in our training, I don't just teach you to do 1. I want to teach you to scale. I want to show you how to have a 3-pack because 2 reasons. 1, I want you to be able to share your resources. Your staff is going to be working shift work, like 8, 10, or 12-hour shifts. So I want them, you know, to be able to be utilized through the different homes. Maybe they work one home 3 or 4 days a week and another home 3 or 4 days a week. That's important, right? To be able to share that staff. But the second reason why I want you to have a 3-pack is because if you're going to do this, why not really do it? Now, I promised I'd go through the 5 keys to success in RAL, and I know I only have a little bit of time here, but I'm going to race through as fast as I can for you. The first one is location. When it comes to RAL, it is not, if you build it, they will come. No, no, no. You have to have the perfect location. And it's all about density, demand, and demographics, right? The demographics are vital. When we talk about the different levels of homes, I want you to stay in the sweet spot, the level 3, 4. Financially, what that looks like is this. If we said the national average is $4,500 a month, anything below $4,500 a month is below average. Avoid that. I do not want residents paying less than average. No, I want us in the sweet spot, that level 3, level 4. Now, the level 5 looks pretty nice too. And I know some of you are thinking, ooh, 10 grand a month per resident, sign me up. But I want you to notice the shape of the chart. It gets smaller at the top. Your opportunity zone shrinks. So just keep that in mind. It's not impossible, but the demographics and where you're located is going to be key to make that work because you have less of a pool of people who can afford that. If someone can afford that, might they also be able to afford in-home care? Possibly. You know, Donald and Talinda, we taught this to them. They're out in Kansas City and they said, thank you to the RAL Academy. It's been amazing the support we've received from you guys. We wouldn't have been able to make this journey without you. We gave them the foundations course before they came out to our training to start them on their way, to get them in the right headset, heart set, mindset. So when they came to the training, they're ready to go. They're ready to take action. They're ready to jump. They have a gorgeous 12-bed home in Kansas City, and I could not be prouder of them. Next, your team. You are not it. You need to build your team, repeat it, and scale. This is so important. You know, many of us are solopreneurs, entrepreneurs, and we do a lot of things on our own. But when it comes to RAL, I don't want you to do this on your own. You know, I have the ability to only visit my home every other month because Mariella, my manager right there in the black and red, she takes care of all the day-to-day for me. And that's what I want you to be able to do. You know, I mentioned Brian cash flowing 40 grand on his home there. He said, I never thought I'd own an RAL, but I had to make a plan for myself and my family. We're now cash flowing like we've never imagined, leaving a legacy for our children, having a lot of fun in the meantime. I'd be doing you a disservice if I didn't give you the same opportunity that I gave to Brian to become financially free off of his one home. And now, you know, wanting to do number 2 and number 3 just for fun. That's what I want to give to you. Number 3 is the clients. You know, we go through our fill it fast marketing formula in our training, but I really want to ask you this. Who is your client? It's not the senior. It's what we call daughter Judy. We affectionately call it daughter Judy, right? The 50 to 70-year-old who's typically the adult child of the loved one living in your home. She's the one who's searching for your home, touring your home, choosing your home, paying for the home, oftentimes, complaining about the home or praising the home, depending on the experience she's having. You need to make sure that you are targeting her. You're marketing to her. You're communicating to her appropriately. We taught this to Ogita and her family, and she said, my family's opened 4 homes since we took your course. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She's out in Florida. Absolutely amazing. You know, this one's pretty cool. Christy and Brad, they live in Washington, and their vision is to open 50 luxury RAL homes, build the best reputation around, and sell them to the private equity. They said, we're excited to be in the right place at the right time. It doesn't matter what your exit plan or your vision is, whether it's to package them up and sell them off or just cash flow on them until you're ready to pass them to your own kids or heirs, whatever you want to do. You see, we gave Christy and Brad the profitability calculator where they can plug and play and use all these different tools to be able to give their pro formas in their business plans so that they can get in front of those investors and work with them nice and easy. Really incredible. The next step, getting paid. Do not focus on Medicaid, focus on private pay residents. And I want you to know that you can maximize the LTC insurance. So when we talked about how do seniors pay for this, this is what I was referring to. Some pay with Medicare, some are subsidized by the VA, some use long-term care LTC insurance, some use their cash, their IRAs, their investments, or they sell their home to use that capital to start this. And of course, there's the category of people who say, I'm going to let my kids figure it out. You see, it's kind of like that phrase in fitness, right? Failing to prepare means preparing to fail. I don't want you to fall into that category. You now know more about assisted living than most people. And it's important that you make a plan for your loved ones and yourself and leave something for your children so you're not leaving them a burden, but instead a blessing. You see, Walt was a legend in the industry. He'd been in the business for over 15 years when we met him, and we invited him to come to our training. And we thought he was going to school us. He was going to tell us all sorts of stuff we were doing wrong. And instead, when he came, he said, Gene showed me how he's leaving over $15,000 a month on the table. Over $2 million in those 15 years. I felt sick to my stomach and grateful to find out too. Absolutely incredible. So even if you are in this industry or know someone who is, if they're not making the numbers I just showed you, invite them to come with you. They need to be in class too, because maybe there's something that they're not doing right. Number 5 is systems. I am type A, and if you're like me, it's all about saving yourself time, energy, and money. I want to make sure that you are doing everything that you can so that you can scale these businesses. When it comes to team building, it's all about identifying, training, and retaining the best of the best staff, finding the right people and putting them in the right seats. The real estate, you guys are pros at this. When it comes to the location, acquisition, and renovation, I just want to show you those little minor tweaks that are the differences in the RAL world versus maybe fix and flip or wholesale or whatever you're doing right now. When it comes to funding, it's the 7 ways to fund your RAL. That's what I like to show you. You do not have to use your own capital to get started in this. And I want to show you how to get in front of those right people. Just today, I'm at an event. That's why I'm in a hotel room right here. And someone who came to our training ran up to me at the event and they said, we just opened our 14-bed home here in Houston, where I am. And they said, in 3 days, we raised $900,000 because of coming to your training and everything you taught us how to do. So don't worry if capital is what is freaking you out right now. It doesn't have to be your own money. This is a really great opportunity to work with different partners. And for those of you who are not comfortable working with partners, I want to show you how and make that easier for you. And then the operations, think of this as the documents, right? The policies and procedures, the emergency plans, the menus and schedules, all of these are really important. You're going to need them to become licensed through your state. So I want to show you how to get them, use them, edit them so that they work for you. Sean, one of our incredible students in Texas, he said, I opened my first home just a couple months after finishing the course. My 3rd home's up and running, and now working on my 4th. Hallelujah. I quit my corporate job and I got the Maserati I've always dreamed of. That is so funny. He sent me these text messages. I threw it up there because my dad used to drive a Maserati that the license plate said RAL, and Sean's license plate now says serve hard. And I just love that. Couldn't be prouder of Sean. But really, can you see yourself doing this? Can you imagine if you had 2 homes cash flowing like Sean and you were able to have this be your main and only source of income? I mean, that's pretty cool. Mark and Jessica, a father-daughter team, just like me and my dad were, they took the course. They now have 2 homes up and running. They said, thank you to the support, resources, and encouragement along the way. You know, we gave them the roadmap to success, and it guided them step by step on how to open their home. Because coming to the training, I give you all the knowledge, but then when you leave, you still need that guidance so that you can go through and make sure you're in alignment. The real question is, will you be our next success story? I can share with you success stories for days of other people, but it's up to you. You have 3 options right now. 1, you can have a flash. Forget everything we talked about. Men in Black moment, right? Do nothing, keep getting the same results, and I wish you the best of luck. Number 2, you can go to YouTube University and try to figure this all out on your own. Again, I wish you the best of luck. Number 3, you can hire me and my team and let us help you build the life of your dreams. You know, today I shared with you the 5 keys to success in residential assisted living, as well as the 3 smartest options to participate. And I also showed how you can get passively involved in this, being a preferred real estate provider. We went over how you could be making $10,000, $20,000, even $40,000 a month on these residential assisted living homes. You might be to the point where you're getting excited about this. You're saying, hey, I'm hearing you talk about this. I want to learn more. I think I could really do it. I see myself opening one of these. Maybe you love that phrase, do good and do well. Maybe it's about the time for you. You want your time back. You want the money so you can be free in your time. They go hand in hand. Maybe you want to get out of your comfort zone and take a change. I have a solution for you, and it's to take the next step and come to one of our live trainings. They're always in Phoenix, Arizona. They happen about every 6 to 8 weeks. We host 8 events per year. I only have 2 dates left in this calendar year, one in October and one in December. But these events, I want to clarify, they are only for people who are ready to make a change in their lives. This, you know, I want to make sure that you know that if you come and you're just going to sit there and learn and not do anything, I'd rather have you not come. I want you to come, learn, and take action, because your community needs you, your family needs you, the seniors need you. In this training, you're going to learn step by step how to own and operate your own residential assisted living home. We cover the financing, the operations, how to find the home, fund the home, and fill the home. I show you how to hire your staff members, how to create your own 3-pack so you can scale. I walk you through the business plan, raising capital, and getting your license. I'll put this in the chat, or Linda can. The training, typically $4,997. I spoke with her and I said, can I give them a really great deal? And she said, absolutely yes. So when you go to RAL3day.com and use the promo code Realty411, it will bring that price point down to $2,997 for you guys during this event only. So I want to make sure you get that taken care of. RAL3day.com, promo code Realty411. But I want to sweeten the deal. Some of you are ready to go. You're ready to take action. And so I want to give you some bonuses. I want to give you the foundations course, those videos that we give you before you come to class to get you in the right headset, heart set, mindset. So when you come, you're ready to take action. You can soak the information up better. You're ready to move forward. You're ready to do this. You know, that foundations course, those videos will get you primed. The second one is the roadmap to success. What you're going to need after class, that step-by-step guideline, that plan to getting your home open. I want to give you that as a bonus for purchasing today. And the third one, and this one's really fun, the profitability calculator. This one is available for everyone who purchases today as a bonus. This tool is so much fun. You go in, you plug and play, you add your numbers, you add your calculations, you see how much money you could be making on every single home. You can print those out, use them in your business plans as your pro formas, but really, really amazing tool. For those of you who are ready to get registered for one of our trainings, you'll see the dates of the upcoming trainings on this website. So you can head there now, RAL3day.com. And don't forget to use that promo code Realty411, all capitals, REALTY411. You see, if one residential assisted living home could get you to that freedom number, would that price be worth it? Oh, all day. Right? 2997. If you have a legitimate business partner, I wrote here the BBB rule because we say they have to be your business partner in bed, blood, or bank account. Wink, wink. If they're your legitimate business partner, you're welcome to bring them. It's an additional $1,000 for anyone you want or need to bring there. But in this training, you're really going to learn the best opportunities for RAL in any area. You're going to determine if a property is right for RAL and, more importantly, if it's wrong. What about how to attract the investors and find the right team, how to fill your home quickly, fast track to your first home in 3 to 6 months from today, and how to do one home and be set for life. Those 3 bonuses there for anyone who purchases today. I'm really excited for you guys. We just, like I said, have 2 event dates left for the year. So I'll throw it in the chat so you can use that link. But I just want to thank you guys so much for having me here. I will stick around if there's any little questions, but I know you guys have a jam-packed day, so I won't take up too much time. But I just want to say thank you to Linda and the Realty411 team for having me here. It's always so much fun, and I'm really grateful to have been able to be here.
Isabel, thank you so much for joining us today. It was amazing.
Yes, I need that.
I could send you a copy for sure, but yes, look, Jean on our cover.
Beautiful, the whole fam.
Yes, it was just such a touching moment captured on film, and it was amazing to have it featured on our cover. Plus, we had an amazing story inside about building a legacy that you can leave behind for your family and your loved ones. And Isabel, just to let you know, Jean, your dad was a personal mentor to me. I looked up to him so much. I think of him all the time. You don't even know. And it was a great shock, you know, when I heard. And the company he built in 10 years, that's what is so amazing, that he created such an amazing group of companies, not just one company, but an amazing group of companies in a decade.
Yeah.
That is an amazing story. I mean, I don't really know that many people in the REI industry that have done that.
Yeah.
Nor do I know people even outside of the REI industry that have done that, that have created not just a legacy of, but a legacy of companies, multiple companies, you know, that are now being run by their family. And the transition was so smooth and everything happened so flawlessly.
Yeah.
And I was just amazed at just, you know, everything, how he built such an incredible group of companies. And how he was able to really create such an amazing legacy for his loved ones. And I look up to him because I want to create a legacy like that for my loved ones. I mean,
Mhm.
that's why we're here. That's what it's all about. It's, they say that you can accomplish more for your loved ones than for yourself. Like
Mm.
when you do it for other people that you love, you tend to work harder and put in longer hours and just try more than if you're just doing it for yourself. And I truly believe that. And that's why I think it's so important to leave a legacy behind to your family. And Jean's a perfect example of how this can be done. So
Yep.
I would encourage you, if you're able to go and spend that time with the Guarinos, with Isabel Guarino Smith, her family, her team, do it because you're going to learn so much and you can really implement the information into your real estate investing career very quickly, like instantly. So and also the high level of people that are going to be there and the energy, the education, it's such a great package. So I would encourage you to attend. It's in beautiful Arizona and it's a great time of the year to be there too. So definitely think about joining in.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I know my dad loved you so much. So it was mutual for sure.
Thank you. Thank you again, Isabel.
Thank
Now,
you.
if we have questions in the Q&A, post them. And I just want to thank you again for stopping in. Is there anything you would like to add before we say goodbye, Isabel?
I'm good. I mean, I'm so excited. I really hope that this spoke to some people on and that, if that's something that's interesting, to them. I see you have in the chat the link and I'll hang around for a little bit if anybody asks any Q&A. But just soak in, events like this. Linda does such a fabulous job of bringing together so many different speakers and, educational opportunities for you guys. So just really lean in and I hope you guys have an amazing event. I know you will if you're in Linda's hands. So thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Isabel. Great to see you. Say hi to Mona for me as well.
I will. I will.
Thank you. Well, Daniel, are you ready to join us?
Yes, I am here. Ines has been bounced into the panelist side, to the attendee side. I don't know if you can make her a panelist.
Oh, of course.
That'd be great.
Of course. Let me look in right here.
Yeah, she was there. Oh, she was there. There she is. She's in there as an attendee. If you can make her a panelist, Ines Volanino, that'd be great.
Okay, let me look for her because I'm not seeing her.
It's right after CCCC.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah, if you can make her a panelist, we'll be good to go.
Of course. Here we go.
Thank you. All right. We are good to go, I believe. Okay, fantastic. Well, Linda, thank you so much. I appreciate you inviting us today. And I'll be very brief. I know it's been a long day and, everyone's wrapping up and getting ready to enjoy their Friday. Linda, thank you again. My name is Dan Volanino. We are involved with the multi-trillion-dollar industries of telecom, energy, merchant services, identity theft protection, and health sharing. And we have a business model that allows residential realtors, commercial realtors, and multi-unit building owners to profit and capitalize on all of this deregulation that's happening. And we're gonna be a little specific to gas and electricity, but I'm gonna pull up some slides. I'm gonna try to keep this to, Linda, we'll keep it to 15 minutes because we're just gonna kind of give an overview and then give everyone an option to meet up with us on Monday or Tuesday separately, okay? So let me go ahead and get started here quick. We'll be very brief. So first of all, the industries we're involved with are cellular, gas and electric, internet, home phone, home security, television, credit card usage, identity theft protection, and health sharing. And specifically, I want specifically the companies that we either own or represent are IDC identity theft protection, Flash 5G wireless, Vivint smart automation, Zoom gas electricity, Sphere merchant services, Dish Network and DirecTV television, AT&T wireless, AT&T Spectrum Frontier TV, phone, or internet, and Impact Health sharing. Now, I want to make this specific to the industries of real estate that we're talking about this evening, this afternoon. So our business model is an online storefront business model where people can earn upfront bonuses for acquiring services. So whether you're a realtor or whether you're a multi-unit owner, we'll cover that in a second. And then there's an additional residual income of up to 20% of the commissionable revenue of the bill every month that they're paid. And through the energy piece, it's a lifetime payout, which makes it a hard asset to the building. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of tie this all together to make it very specific to this group of people that are on right now. So this will tie it together in the next couple slides. For the real estate verticals that fit our model, for the residential realtor, so if you're on the line and you're a residential realtor, whether you do a part-time or full-time, many times when you sell a property, as a courtesy, you'll hand your client a sheet of paper with all of the local essential providers' names and phone numbers as a courtesy, where they can go and get all their stuff turned up at their home, right? Their TV, their internet, their gas, electric, all that stuff. And it's kind of just done with a handshake and as a courtesy. Well, our model allows it to go one step further. Instead of handing them the sheet of paper, the residential realtor can handle that client, or not hand them, give them the realtor's online storefront through our system. The client is going to pay less than more by going to your storefront than going to those turnups directly because of the volume we do. We're a 30-year-old company. We do just about $1 billion a year in revenue. So we have tremendous pricing and customer service and volume with everything. So the client is going to pay less than more than going to those companies directly. And instead of the realtor just feeling good, you're going to actually get an upfront bonus, literally $200 for every 3 services up front, plus up to 20% of the commissionable revenue in their bill every month that they pay it, like royalties in the television industry. So it's like, I guess a good term would be a real estate concierge service, where you're helping them pay less than more on the bill by providing them the proper information through your storefront, and then you're going to reward an upfront bonus and a ongoing residual income. For commercial realtors, we offer commercial services, commercial gas, electricity, merchant services, home security, well, small business security through Vivint. So as a commercial realtor, as you are acquiring commercial clients or marketing commercial properties, same thing. You can also then get them to utilize your storefront for them to become potentially a commercial gas electric customer. Again, saving them money. You're getting your residuals, or maybe even merchant services. Now, the sweet spot also are for multi-unit building owners. And I want to talk to you about this for a minute. But before I get into discussing the multi-unit piece, I want to show you literally a quick video on Zoom Energy, which is the company that we represent in this field. So Ines, if you could go ahead and play that video real quick, that'd be fantastic. We have no volume. I can come back to this if we need to. We have no volume, ma'am.
Yes, I'm muted.
Okay.
Yes, I'm muted. Hello?
Yeah,
Yes.
you're unmuted now. Go ahead.
You're
Oh,
unmuted.
perfect.
Go ahead.
I'm not able to share the sound for some reason. So I'm gonna stop and sharing again my
Try it
screen.
again.
Hopefully it's gonna, yeah, I'm gonna try again.
1 second, Linda. We're just gonna redo it. She was muted.
Yeah. No, it doesn't give me any option to share the sound with you. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
We'll move forward. I appreciate it. No
Okay.
worries. We'll come back. All right, fantastic. So the map, the Zoom energy map, there's 19 states that are deregulated currently. I'm going to get out of the way here. If you look at the bottom, if you want to grab a screenshot, if you are a multi-unit owner in any of those states, you want to pay very close attention to what I'm about to share with you. So California, Connecticut, Delaware, Washington, D.C., Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Texas, and Virginia. These are the 19 states that are deregulated that we offer energy in. And here's why it's important with the multi-unit owners. There's basically 3 scenarios that you're all looking at within your buildings. Some of you have master meters or boilers, which would fall under our commercial division. And we do large commercial accounts. The game plan there would be to cut your costs on your large usage and getting you a residual income on top of it. Secondly, the buildings, and we work with some people that have, anywhere from 10 units to 3,000 units in a building. Some of these buildings are individually metered, paid by the tenant. In this instance, we'd have to obviously engage the property manager because it is the tenant's decision on who they use. But obviously we can go to them through the property managers and encourage them to go on to Zoom. What's in it for the building owner? The tenant's going to pay less than more on their bill. That's the game plan. The building owner will get a couple $100 for every 3 services plus the backside residual. And I want to talk to you about the sweetest spot, which is where we have individual meters paid by the building. So maybe the building owner has individual meters. It's rolled into the rent. And let's say there's 100 units, 100 bills come into the property manager. They pay them all off, maybe in one sum, but they're individually metered, owned by the building, rolled into the rent. In this instance, this is where this becomes hugely beneficial. Number one, the building becomes an independent business owner and writes up its own meters through our system. For every 3 gas and electric meters that are turned on, there's a $200 upfront bonus for every 3. Some people are making tens, even hundreds of thousands of dollars in upfront bonuses just from that. Secondly, our game plan is to have the building pay less than more on the usage, which is the case in most of our markets. And thirdly, listen to this. There's an actual 8% net lifetime residual income of all of the billing of the therms and kilowatts. So the supply side, the therms and kilowatts is what we deal with. 8% net of the actual billing. Now that creates a hard asset because it's a lifetime payout. So that now affects the ability with the NOI, the cost. I mean, we have people literally, and I'm not going to get into the discussions with the caps and NOIs right now. This isn't the time to do that. But I will let you know that some people have increased the value of their buildings by millions of dollars by doing this that I'm sharing with you, because it's a hard asset, lifetime of the customer payout. The customer is actually the building itself because the individual meters are paid by the building. So you got the upfront bonus money, which could be thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. You have the lower cost in the actual therms and kilowatts potential. And then you have the 8% net of all the usage, the supply, the therms and kilowatts, that comes back in a residual lifetime payout, which is a hard asset to the building, which actually drives the value of your building hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of dollars. So I don't want to go any further than that today. I know we had told Linda that we'd be wrapping up and keeping this to literally 15 minutes. So I want to have my wife jump on here for a second. Ines Volanino is one of our top global expansion leaders. She's been working with residential, commercial realtors, multi-unit owners all over the country. She speaks 4 languages. So if those of you that have clients or any folks that prefer French, Spanish, Arabic, or English, she speaks all 4 languages. She's just going to share with you what the next step is. If this intrigues you, or you like the idea, if you're a residential realtor, to be kind of a concierge and not only help your tenant or help your client pay less and more, but you get upfront bonuses and a backside residual. If that excites you, great. If you're a commercial realtor, and same thing, being able to cut the costs of the tenant, the client, as well as get your residual. Or if you're a multi-unit owner that then falls into these 3 categories, whether you have a master meter or boiler, where you can get you the lower cost and the residual, whether the individual meters are paid by the tenants, where we can get the tenant a better deal and you can get the upfront bonuses and residuals. The only thing with the tenants paying, it's harder to roll that as a hard asset because they can pick and choose at will. But when the individual meter are paid by the building, you're golden because you control that completely, and that's a true hard asset. So we are going to have a couple follow-ups to this because I know there's a lot more to it. I'm going to turn it over to my wife, and she's going to give you some options. In essence, all yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Volanino. Thank you for this kind introduction. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. California, we have some people in Pacific time. We are on Eastern time in Florida. Again, I'm French, so I have an accent, but I'm so excited to be here on that call this afternoon. And listening to Mr. Volanino talking about the energy, not only he's explaining well the matter, why we're here to explain what's in it for you, for all of us to take advantage of that energy deregulation, energy service. Warren Buffett is the one who mentioned that as well, mentioned the energy as the opportunity. Because as he said, there is no other largest transfer of money, of wealth in history than the energy. And we are positioned on that service, on that industry. And what amazing is that opportunity. So I know that Mr. Volanino went through all the scenarios, but again, the multi-unit owners, whether you're a realtors or your own units, of course, you want to make money and get residual income on those bills that they have to be paid anyway by the tenants anyway. So why not taking advantage of that opportunity? So I know that a lot of people have questions. You're intrigued. You want to know how it works. How does it work? How can I make it work for me? How can I get that residual income? Building all that different way of payment. How to receive that money and what needs to be done. If you're a realtor, if you're a multi-unit owner. So we want to talk to you. We want to share with you more details because it was just a quick overview that Mr. Volanino just did this afternoon. So we scheduled to have a more detailed session, just a 25-minute session, twice this next week for all the people who are on this afternoon. So we have two options, right? Whether you're on the Pacific time or Eastern time, we do have one webinar, a 25-minute live webinar on Monday, this upcoming Monday, okay, the 26th at 7 p.m. Eastern time, 4 p.m. Pacific time. or maybe you are more comfortable and you have more time on Tuesday, the 27th, the day after, at noon Eastern time or 9 a.m. Pacific time. It's up to you. Here's what I would suggest to you to do. It's just, use the chat button and just click and message us right now with the chat button. You can be just on write 1 or 2, up to you, so we can get back to you with Linda and share with you, make sure that you will receive the information of the webinar, the link and everything. Yes, hi Linda.
Hi honey. Unfortunately, remember you said to be careful with the chat, so we disabled the chat. However, they can email me, and do you think that would be better for them to email me directly if
Absolutely,
to get access?
Yeah, it sounds good. They can email you just 1 or 2, whether they choose Monday or Tuesday. Okay. But I see on my end that they can chat. It goes directly to the host or the panelist. So I don't know if someone can try. One of the guests online, maybe you want to try and text and send a chat 1 or 2. I see it's active. I'm not sure, but if it doesn't work, as you heard Linda, you can still send an email to Linda, let her know when. Okay, please email me at. Okay, so I do have your text, Linda. Thank you. So sure. You see on the screen on the chat section the email address where you can email and request more details about those 2 sessions. We will explain in detail how we do that business, how we capitalize, and how we profit on the services, on the energy market as well. And we will see, we will talk, chat with you further on that matter. So thank you so much. The last thing is, again, you can send an email to Linda. Let us know right now if you can just which time is better for you, or if, let's say, none of those 2 options fit with your schedule, let us know still that you need more information on that, but contact us directly. Okay, you see it on the screen. Those are our personal phone numbers. So take a screenshot. And,
Ines, you froze for a second.
You have our emails as well. So if you can just text us directly to get more detail about the next two sessions. We're gonna talk more further about the energy expansion and how the residual income works as well. Again, so here's the phone numbers and as well the email. So whether you send an email to Linda directly, or you can email us directly as well. dvee49@icloud.com, and you have the SVP to connect @gmail.com and our phone number. Thank you so much. I know it's been a great day. It's been amazing. We learned a lot today. Tomorrow as well, we will have a second webinar. I let you share more detail about that, Linda. Thank you so much for having us on the line. Thank you, Mr. Volonino. And have a great, a nice afternoon, a great afternoon or a nice evening for some of you. So thank you so much again, Linda. I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate it.
Wonderful. Well, that was a fantastic presentation. And I want to thank you for joining us, Daniel and Inez.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. It was great.
Wonderful. And I met them in our South Florida event, and people did take advantage of the opportunity there. And I myself have signed up as well. So it is a great way of not only saving money if you're a landlord, but also building that residual income, because that's what being a landlord and an entrepreneur is all about, is building that monthly passive cash flow, so we don't have to physically work anymore, and it's just building our wealth day in and day out. And well, that's why we're in this game, because I haven't worked for a company in many years, and one of the reasons is because of the real estate and the opportunities that being a real estate investor and a publisher in the real estate arena has given me. So this is one of them as well. So please take advantage of it and connect with Daniel, myself, or Inez and learn more at their next webinar.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. And I want to thank everyone for joining us. It's been a pleasure to have you here with us. Tomorrow, we're going to have an amazing day as well. Let's see, tomorrow, let's go through the schedule. We're going to have Steve Davis with Total Wealth Academy. We'll have Joseph Scorice with Lending One. He's a private lender, and he's going to be talking about how to leverage and get more deal flow and profits. And he'll be giving examples about that. We'll also learn with Dr. Chandra Mishra, MBA with Blue Ocean Capital. And he's going to talk about building that generational wealth with real estate through multifamily investments. We'll also be learning with Sunil Tulsiani with Private Investment Club. And they're located in Canada. And Sunil has the largest elite investment group in Canada. So it's a pleasure to have him sharing his knowledge and insight. And then we're also going to be having ADL Gorel with ICG Real Estate Investments. ADL has helped hundreds, if not thousands, of investors, particularly in California, invest all over the country. I really like his technique and strategy, and he's got access to incredible deals, so you don't want to miss that. Next, we're going to learn from G with Toolbox OS, and he's going to teach us how to 100x our real estate investment business with 3 secrets from Wall Street. And if you missed any of Daniel's presentation, you can also tune in tomorrow. He'll be joining us at 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon as well, which is 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So thank you again for joining us, everyone. And Jason, are you there? Would you like to say goodbye to our viewers?
Yeah, thank you everyone for joining us for Realty 411 Day 1. I encourage everyone to come back tomorrow for Day 2. We have a great lineup in store. So thank you everyone again for joining us today.
Wonderful. Well, again, thank you so much, everybody. We're going to go ahead and close off the meeting in the next 30, I'll say in the next minute. But before I do, I want to go ahead and put in the chat our membership page where you can sign up to be a Realty 411 member, and you can save money with our Realty411VIP.com site, which has access to great money saving coupons and special offers with top name merchants. We also have great discounted tickets to the major theme parks in America, including Disneyland, Walt Disney, Universal Studios, and so many more. So definitely take a look at that and be a part of our Realty 411 VIP group, because it does help us with our costs, and it helps us reach more people. It helps us publish magazines on a more regular basis. And it also helps us produce additional virtual and in-person events. So if you can support us, we would really appreciate that very much. And I put the membership right here in the chat, the membership link, and I'll leave it up for a little while. So thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. And for those of you who can't see it, because someone said I can't see the website, it's realty411.com/membership/join. So that's Realty411/membership-join for those of you that cannot see it. I'll go ahead and post that as well in the Q&A. So thank you again for joining us, everyone, and you have a great weekend and see you tomorrow. Don't miss it tomorrow. Bye-bye.